Mm-hmm.
So I was doing my recorded statement with the insurance company today. And they asked me, did you take evasive action? I was at the stop sign, surrounded by cars, and I got slammed from behind. No.
Did you take advice?
Was I supposed to?
Are you a commercial?
No, I think Julie did.
Julie did?
Yeah.
Julie?
Not the current one.
Julie, did you print these out? They were in the print room.
They just got sent down with you.
I just grabbed them.
Okay.
I thought they
think
belonged
we're
to
right.
you.
Hovercraft. You should have just
I'm a little
lifted up, let him slam into the other car.
Oh, well.
Julie, you ready? Oh, okay. We're going to get started on the February 10th, 2015 Portland Sustainability Commission meeting, Planning the Sustainability Commission meeting. Forgot the planning. Complaining, yeah.
Too much foresight, you know what?
Yeah. We'll get started with items of interest from the commissioners. White?
Shouldn't raise my hand. Yesterday, we had the 13th annual Urban Ecology and Conservation Symposium at PSU, about 550 attendees. The cool thing was, and this actually relates to some of the policies we were discussing in terms of equity. The City of Portland had several people give presentations from Bureau of Environmental Services on various projects, one of which was the incredible restoration that's occurred in the Riverview Natural Area, that used to be part of Riverview Cemetery, which is purely for ecological objectives. Public access, there won't be much. Mountain bikers are out there trying to get as much as they can get, but fact of the matter is it really was strictly Metro, Portland Parks, Bureau of Environmental Services investing in that 146 acres. On the other hand, Jennifer Karps, who's responsible for the tree program in the Bureau of Environmental Services, had a fabulous presentation on equity and what the Bureau is doing to address east of 205, underserved communities and under canopy communities, and did a fabulous job of describing how their thinking has evolved in that regard to address issues east of 205. It's just two interesting examples of the purely ecologically focused versus, both ecological and addressing equity. And I was thinking, after we're through this process, at some point when we have a little flexibility of schedule, is to have some folks like that just do a brief update on what they're doing. And for example, during the symposium, we give people 8 minutes, and if they don't finish in 8 minutes, they get quacked. So that they've actually put together presentations that are very quick that get the main information across. And I think it'd be really beneficial for us to hear about some of these programs.
Good. Sounds good. Other items of interest? Susan?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just briefly, we took the West Quadrant Plan to City Council last week and wanted to let you know that we're going to continue that hearing, and there are comments due by February 13th. And it's going to come back to Council on February 25th for more discussion. At that time, I think there will be some amendments from various council members on the work that you all did. Not major. I think they took most of it, and we're very happy with it. It's uncertain whether on the 25th that they will vote on it at that point. If they do not vote on it, then they'll vote on it on March 5th. But I just wanted to keep you up to schedule that this is moving through, and they were very appreciative of all the good work that you all had done here.
Good. Yeah, it was a lively meeting.
Andre?
Yes.
I did think of an item of interest. I need to be leaving right at 5 today because some neighbors of mine and I have been working
together to put together a climate forum, really looking at action we can take as a neighborhood related to climate change. And so we'll be having some brief overviews and then working sessions on green investing, supporting policy changes at the legislature, and then doing neighborhood-specific interventions and adaptations. So.
Cool.
Pardon? What neighborhood? Northwest Portland. It'll be at Friendly House.
Good. Consideration of minutes from 1/27/15.
Move adoption?
Moved and adopted. Consideration of minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Nope. Passes. Today's agenda is a work session for us on February 10th. So we have an introduction from Eric, and then we have, these are different sessions that we'll have. We'll have economic development, and that will go on for almost 2 hours. And then we will have chapter 6 and 7 policy recommendations for about 1 hour and 20 minutes. And then we'll wrap up about 4:30 to 5 with our thoughts and kind of check on progress. It's the same format as the previous meeting, so Eric's going to give us an overview, and then we will walk through the discussion items on each one of them and have a discussion and then make a decision and move on. And then if there's other items you wish to discuss as we go through, you want to highlight those, but otherwise we'll give staff the okay to move ahead if we're all in agreement or have a consensus, I guess. And if we're not, we'll pull it out and come back to it at a later date. Eric, you want to?
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Eric Engstrom with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. As the chair noted, this is the session focused on economic development and related policies. You may recall that on the 27th of January, you talked about centers and corridors and non-conforming situations. So this is your second marathon work session on the comprehensive plan. So thank you for all the time you're putting into that. I know we've been sending you an incredible amount of material.
Before we start, can you help us with some of the stuff I brought to be referenced?
Yes, I'll go through in the next few minutes what you have on the table or what you should have. Following this session, just to remind you, February 24th is both a hearing and a work session. The work session part will be first with discussion of the community involvement chapter of the comp plan, discussion of the David Douglas enrollment situation and how it affects land use. So those are the two discussion points. The hearing portion is going to be on the draft transportation system plan, and you should have received material from PBOT on that in the last few days, including updated and now sorted and ranked project lists, a public involvement report, a methodological report on how they sorted the list, as well as a draft financial chapter that explains how they would pay for those improvements and what their strategy is there. And then also a list of minor policy amendments to Chapter 9 that have been put forward. So you'll hear from the public on the 24th, and then you'll have a work session on those topics on March 10th. In March, then, we still have up a work session related to housing and residential designations, and then wrapping up all of the things that we've been putting off for the additional discussion. So that's where we are. Today, I'm joined by my colleague, Tom Armstrong, who supervises the planning groups responsible for the economic sections of the plan. Also have in the audience Steve Kuntz, who's worked on the EOA document quite a bit, and Roberta Jortner, who has been the chief staff author of Chapter 7, the environmental chapter. So as we get into, I'm actually only going to be up here for the next few minutes, and then I'm turning it over to Tom. But as you have questions, staff are in the audience as well and may be popping up here to help answer them. To Howard's question, what you should have in front of you at this point, we distributed an economic staff report, which should be on letterhead and have a subject heading
January 28th.
date of January 28th, or actually January 30th is the one I have. You should also have a document entitled Chapter 7 Consent List. That's also on letterhead and dated January 30th. You also have been given an annotated agenda that looks like this, and you were given a new one, I think, last night because we shuffled the agenda a little bit. As we collected your comments from the consent list, we realized there was quite a bit of interest in some of the Chapter 7 details, so we increased the amount of time allotted to the policy discussion and combined the Chapter 6 and 7 miscellaneous policy discussion into one longer session to allow more time for that. So the one that is more recent is the one that has Chapter 6 and 7 recommendations as the second item under the break, rather than just Chapter 7, or just Chapter 6, excuse me. That makes sense? You should also have a thicker report, which is a draft, the current draft of the EOA report. And that is, you're having a hearing on the next version of that document in April. So this isn't really the final discussion of the EOA report, but we released a draft in time for this work session because as you dig into the details of the economic policies and the map issues that we'd like to address, it's good to have that bigger picture reference in front of you. But the important thing is that the items we're trying to resolve today are a little bit deeper down in the weeds in terms of specific mapping decisions and specific policy decisions. And then we will carry those forward and update the EOA report once more before the April hearing to do the analysis in terms of the decisions you make on mapping. The current draft assumes that all of the mapping recommendations from staff end up in the final draft, and that may or may not be true depending on your discussion. So just wanted to acknowledge that that's not the final version of the EOA, and so we want to not get too bogged down in the language of that document today. Instead, the things we're trying to really deal with are the basic approach, of course, to dealing with the employment land supply, address the West Hayden Island questions, address some of the site-specific mapping employment questions, and hopefully get into some of the policy choices that we've laid out. So that's for today. You've seen consent lists before. You have more of them on the table today. We had pre-checked some of the items anticipating your interest in them, and some of the items you added in the last few days, and we sent out last night the list of items of interest from commissioners that essentially represent additional check marks. So you should either have that with you or we can remind you when those items come up.
Is that the entire consent agenda? Pretty much.
There were a significant number of items from Chapter 7 that were checked, so we will be going through those.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
In addition to the ones you pre-checked.
Yes, and so we did get additional items checked by
There are 38 items.
by
38
Commissioner
on my list.
by Mike and Michelle and Maggie checked items, I believe, and some of the ones that Commissioner Houck checked were noted as clarifications, and we met with him this morning and went over those clarifications, so hopefully those can be just acknowledged, but we don't need to maybe talk about those as much.
And that really was the whole intent of my submitting both the flagged items and the clarification so that we could preferably deal with those before spending a huge amount of time here at the commission, presuming people feel comfortable with the resolution. So the idea was to get most of that out of the way.
So we can send our notes out for what we
Clarification
discussed
points.
with Commissioner Houck to the rest of you, so you see that, but we probably don't need to address those.
Eric, it's not noted on your list of things, but the policy regarding the freight movement hierarchy, I think we've agreed to defer to the TSP work session.
Correct.
Right, so-
That's not today, that's Right.
The transportation hierarchy.
Yeah.
The exemption.
Right. So a reminder that if we, for those checked items, we will hopefully get through those today. If we don't, those get pushed off to March 24th or later. So if, as we're going, if you need to identify other items, feel free to do so. We will deal with tracking that. Like last time, today's decisions are, we didn't bring that board again that has the options, but your options are to accept the staff recommendation, to modify it, or to continue discussion later, which means on the March 24th or after. Today's decisions are tentative in direction based on what we know today. So our staff reports have a date on them, and obviously if we got public comments after that, we have not addressed those in this. And so the PSC will continue to receive written testimony through March 13th, which may prompt you all to reconsider some of your tentative directions or not. And so we will be, that's sort of the purpose of that late March wrap up. And then when you actually get into May and hopefully making a vote, there'll be some wrap up discussion of those too, just so we make sure we will be reading and responding and recommending changes based on all the testimony. We're not just cutting it off at these staff reports. So another note about the nature of your decisions, we're not editing the details of the language today. There are a few cases where we suggested specific language, but we're just trying to get the general gist of what we're trying to accomplish. The actual strike through and underline draft will be delivered to you in early April. So today we'd like you to avoid getting bogged down in the editing, but stay at the substance level so we have clear direction what to do with the editing, and then we'll have another cut at reviewing the edited version. As I mentioned, we are still taking public comments, and we have been since July 21st of 2014. As of this morning, we had around almost 3,000 comments collected so far via the MAP app or the email or letters or through direct testimony to you. Although this isn't a hearing, you still may be receiving testimony while you're meeting today. And just a note to the public on that you may still comment through the MAP app, which is on the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability's website under the Comprehensive Plan project section, or by email at psc@portlandoregon.gov, or through the traditional mail to the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability's address. And we still have our hotline for Q&A open, which is 823-0195, and a person will respond to that will answer that phone and try and answer questions. It's not for testimony, but for clarifying questions. It's been helpful. Are there any questions about the order of the day or the process before I turn it over to Tom? Okay, so Tom will take it from here and talk about the first piece of business, which is the overview of Goal 9 and revised EOA.
All right, thank you. So as Eric said, I'll give you an overview of the EOA because that is a foundation document. It's a background report. Technically, it's part of Task 2 of periodic review. And for those of you who are around back in 2012, we adopted a version of the EOA. It was adopted by City Council. It went to LCDC. There was a challenge to it and some of our assumptions in that. While that was winding its way through, we voluntarily withdrew it for revisions. And so what you have before you is the next draft of the EOA that has both, we've made some changes to reflect a revised jobs forecast from Metro, which is about 5,000 jobs less than where we were in 2012. And also some updated buildable land information in there as well. And then now what's new to this is really section 4, which we call the reconciliation, where we analyze what the impact is of all of the decisions and all of the proposals in the proposed comprehensive plan, both the policies and maps changes, what that means for our employment land base, and how does that balance the supply, if you will, with the forecasted demand. So there's really 4 parts to this. Section 1, we call it, is the recent trends and market factors. There isn't a whole lot of change in that section. There is a new piece on jobs equity and family wages and middle-class, middle-skilled jobs that we've put together. The section 2 is the employment growth forecast. That's the demand that we lay out. That has been adjusted with the Metro forecast that was adopted in December of 2012. Section 3 is our analysis of the buildable land inventory under the current comprehensive plan. And then in section 4 is our analysis of the proposed comprehensive plan and what additional capacity is generated by those changes, and how that compares to the demand analysis. For those of you keeping score, this is the 3rd version of the EOA that's been floating out there, and we probably have 3 more to come. We'll publish a new one in March based on what we hear today. And also for March, we still have a little bit of analysis to do on the buildable land inventory to factor in the infrastructure investments in the citywide systems plan and the impact of the TSP project list. Because some of our constraints, as you'll see in the buildable land inventory section, factor in those infrastructure deficiencies as they now stand today, and we're projecting forward the impact of those investments. And then based on your final recommendation, we'll do any cleanup or changes that we need to do as it goes to City Council. And then if City Council makes any changes, we'll clean that up as well. A key underlying piece to this and the way we approach this analysis is going from looking at citywide down to what we call employment geographies. Different parts of town that have similar characteristics, similar types of mixes of jobs, similar site demands, so that we can begin to break that down. And so we have really 4 main industrial areas. We have 2 parts of the central city, the sort of traditional commercial areas of downtown, the Pearl District, South Waterfront, as well as the Lloyd District, and then the more industrial character areas of the Central East Side and the Lower Albina District. We have a big grouping of what we generally refer to as neighborhood commercial districts, but we've broken those further down into our town centers, Gateway Regional Center, as well as our smaller centers and corridors. So we look at those individually. And then we have what we call our campus institutions, the larger, more than 10 acres, hospitals and colleges that are scattered throughout the city. So this is a way for us to take that sort of large employment forecast and begin to break it down and to look at how it plays out in different parts of the city. As I mentioned, the big picture is we're looking at how do we accommodate 142,000 new jobs. That's the revised Metro forecast for the city of Portland. It's pretty consistent with our historic job capture rate over the last 20 to 30 years. In the 2000 to 2008 business cycle, we weren't doing as well. But I would say since we came out of the recovery, we're hitting that mark, if not a little more than that, compared to the rest of the region. So just to remind you, we take that employment forecast, We begin to allocate it to different job sectors, and those job sectors to the different employment geographies, so we can figure out how many jobs are going to the central city, how many do we expect in Gateway, how many for the campus institutions. Within those different geographies, we begin to look at building type mixes. You know, how much retail space do we need versus office space versus flex building versus manufacturing and warehouse. And then we go through a series of tables and conversion factors to go from jobs to square feet of development to acres of land. And that's how we eventually get to an apples to apples comparison of acres of demand to acres of supply. In terms of looking at how that forecast breaks out across the city, we're pretty fortunate to have a relatively balanced economy, and it's spread over 4 main sectors, and we are, for the most part, continuing that through the 20-year planning horizon. You know, we have about a third of the jobs going into the central city, about a quarter of the jobs going to our industrial areas, a quarter to the commercial areas, the neighborhood commercial areas. Small sliver go to our residential areas, the home occupations, the elementary schools that are in the middle of residential neighborhoods. And then our fastest growing and sort of the biggest piece of the pie that is growing is our campus institutions. And that we've seen a lot of growth in that over the last 10 to 15 years, and we expect that to continue. Yes, Howard?
Campus, you define that word again.
Campus, so those are hospitals and colleges on campuses larger than 10 acres and more than 100 employees. And that's distinguished from, say, a clinic that may be in a town center or in one of our neighborhood commercial districts. When we actually look at sort of the healthcare and education sector, about half the jobs are going to these larger campuses and about half are going into these smaller facilities that you see on our corridors and main streets and the central city and that sort of thing.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Maybe considered rhetorical. In one of the comments I made in reading through the EOA, it described increase in acreage and amount of material moving through the ports on industrial land, but the number of jobs associated with that activity actually has been decreasing. I assume that your projections in terms of allocating jobs by sector takes that into account.
Yes, and in fact, when you look at the detailed tables, you'll see that we're actually projecting a decline in the manufacturing sector of about 1,000 jobs, but that's made up in terms of increases in construction jobs and warehouse and transportation and utility jobs that fit into that slice of the pie. And that's how you still wind up with 32,000 new jobs. So in addition to the job demand, and this sort of relates to Mike's question, is we also look at sort of the traded sector facilities that are very land extensive but don't have very high job densities. And that's the airports, the rail yards, and the marine terminals that are used to move those goods that we create here and that pass through the city as they get distributed elsewhere, and sort of trying to estimate that demand and factor that in. We will get into this later, but this one of the key changes in this version of the EOA is that we have lowered the marine terminal demand forecast to be at the low end of our cargo forecasts. And we'll talk about this under the discussion item for the harbor access lands and West Hayden Island implications. So when we play this all out and we look at the jobs and we look at demand for building square footage and acres, we come up with this total of needing about 3,000 acres of capacity for our future forecast, and we can divide it up in for just space purposes. I put the summary, small summary, big category table here for you to see how that plays out. On the supply side, we go through, with the buildable land inventory, we go through a process of identifying what's vacant land out there today, what, especially in our commercial areas, what is likely to redevelop because it has, essentially it's underbuilt today. You may have a one-story building where you can build 4 stories. So what is likely to redevelop in the next 20 years? And then once we've identified sort of that base capacity, we apply a number of different constraints on it based on sort of the difficulty to develop. So are there physical constraints like steep slopes? Are there infrastructure constraints like a lack of sewer or water or unimproved streets that would add to the cost of development? Are there regulatory constraints like environmental overlay zones that would make it difficult? And in addition to the environmental overlay zone or the greenway overlay zone process, we sort of projected out from there, are there other sort of physical constraints like steep slopes or wetlands or floodplains that aren't protected by those overlay zones, to begin to sort of anticipate or factor those into that constraint analysis. And we also look at how all of those overlay each other, because you can have a number of different constraints playing out in one location. And when you get into areas, we also look at brownfields, the environmental contamination. And when you get into a place like the Portland Harbor, all of those constraint layers overlap each other, and we wind up with discount factors in the neighborhood of 80% of the capacity. Yes, Mike.
I actually just had a thought. I'm not going to suggest a different methodology, but I was just sitting here thinking about it. And for example, one of the problems we've run into with the Columbia Corridor was the industrial zoning, the industrial sanctuary zoning back in '84, whatever it was. And then coming back later and applying the environmental overlays, which of course created a firestorm because people had unreasonable expectations of the land that they owned. And I was just sitting here thinking about doing those kinds of inventories. You know, there's one approach is to do what you just described, I think, which is you go map all the potential industrial land, commercial, whatever. Then you do your environmental analysis and you start subtracting things out for slopes or whatever. Another approach would be to do the mapping entirely differently, and up front, you would up front map steep slopes, wetlands, areas you know have environmental value. And then maybe you have a conversation about, well, should we be adding some industrial land here because it isn't that as significant? Those are two very different approaches, and we always go with the former. I'm just throwing out at some point, maybe down the road, we may think differently about how we do our inventories.
Yeah, and I think that gets to sort of the nature of being a built-out city. And you know, the approach you're describing is what we would go through, or what Hillsborough or Washington County goes through when you add stuff to the edge and the urban growth boundary, and you have a blank slate to work with, and you can factor those in.
It's supposed to be what we're doing with urban reserve.
Right. So when we go through this process, we wind up with a hard-to-read map like this, a copy of which is in your doc in the back of the Section 2.3 report. But basically what this is anything that's colored up there is what we see is potentially available for development over the next 20 years. And there's a scale there of highly constrained to very few constraints. But we throw it all into the hopper and then come up with sort of an estimate of our supply. And when we, and what you see up here today is where we think we sit right now today with the proposed comprehensive plan.
Question.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about identifying constraints, the property owner has said they don't intend to shift use. Does that get factored in as a constraint?
No.
Okay.
20 years is a long time. You might change your mind.
Catherine?
On land area that you're looking to do more densification or higher density, I guess, for industrial uses or what employment uses. And I'm thinking perhaps more with industrial. Did you also factor in the economics of that's obviously going to make the product coming out of that particular site, if it's manufacturing in particular, more expensive? And can we be competitive with other areas that, such as Hillsborough, that don't have to worry about that kind of infrastructure to support the job? Like, is that part of the analysis? Or not necessarily?
Not
Okay.
necessarily directly part of that. And when we, as part of the discussion item around intensification, we can talk about that. We have pretty modest conservative estimates around intensification that, you know, I think the other where we get into this and on sort of the supply is our assumptions around some of the FARs that buildings will be built. And we have, you know, pretty reasonable FAR assumptions in our industrial areas. You know, I think we start out at 0.3 FAR and get, in some areas, get up to 0.4 FAR by the end of the time period. So we're not forecasting, projecting multi-story buildings in our industrial areas. Now, we've seen a couple examples of that, and that may be something that we track over time that generates new capacity for us. If we can begin to bump up that assumption, you know, say 5 years from now, we look at this again, we may be able to capture some of that building trend there. But we think we have a pretty reasonable assumption about development patterns and haven't tried to push that beyond its limits. 0.4. Yes. So where we sit right now is in the central city. We have a surplus. That surplus is mainly in our commercial office areas. The analysis in the EOA document right now shows a slight 25-acre deficit in the central city industrial areas. That's because we have not yet factored in the results of the Southeast Quadrant Plan and the changes that are being contemplated there around the employment opportunity sub-area and the creative industrial office space. We think the direction that process is heading is going to provide us more than enough capacity to make up that 25-acre shortfall. And so we're relying on that process to fill that gap. If you look at the industrial areas in total, we right now have about 113-acre surplus on that demand, and we'll talk about how that plays out in different geographies today. I think where we have plenty of zone capacity, and this is even, I would say, conservatively discounted commercial capacity, is in our neighborhood commercial districts, our town centers, and in Gateway. We have a huge surplus of zoned capacity right now that we could tap into. And then with institutions, we have a surplus. We're projecting a surplus based on the expectation of the campus institution zoning project that's part of Task 5, part of the implementation under periodic review. That's something that we are, we've had a ongoing process for the last year with both the institutions as well as the neighborhoods to try and figure out a better zoning code model than what they currently have. This 150-acre surplus is based on sort of that outcome and the concepts that are going through that process. That code will come to you in June.
So if property is zoned so that it could have commercial use or industrial use, how do you figure out how to allocate the acreage?
So that gets factored in two ways. If you look on the demand side, you know, for our industrial areas, we forecast demand for all types of uses. So one of the things that we'll talk about today is one of the things that we squeeze more industrial capacity is by limiting the retail allowances in those zones. I mean, the industrial zones and the employment zones allow retail uses in them today. It's just not sort of open-ended like the other ones.
So do you say this parcel could have 20,000 square feet, so I'm multiplying that by X and that much acreage is going?
These are by the geographies. So this is how much in our main streets and town centers and everything else. The industrial, for example, the 32,000 industrial jobs that we're projecting some portion of those will be office commercial jobs, back office administration jobs, and even retail jobs, because we allow small retail operations in our industrial area.
Okay.
So we account for that both as a mix in the supply as well as the demand curve to get at that mix.
Okay, so I know we don't have the mixed-use designations figured out yet, but they, in their
So with-
current iteration,
So
allow
with the
limited.
commercial mixed use, what we did was, you know, you're basically allowed a 4-story building. We looked at where that building would be. So if it was in an inner Portland corridor, we would assume that 75% of that space
Okay,
would go to residential and 25% would go to commercial. If it was out in East Portland, we flipped that. And so that's how we got, and then especially in East Portland and in Gateway, then we also discounted that commercial space because, you know, even though you're allowed to build 4-story office buildings in parts of East Portland, we're not seeing the market deliver that. So we've
Okay.
heavily discounted that as well.
thank you.
Catherine has a question real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Oh.
25% going to the commercial on a 4-story building seems really high.
Well, not every site, not every building gets built to 4 stories. You know, we see some 1-story developments that are above that. So we try and average it out over a corridor or an area, and that ratio is actually based on us going back and looking at the corridor development patterns and how they've developed. It's not saying that every building in that corridor will be a 4-story mixed-use building, but when you average it out over the corridor, that's the mix we're seeing.
So maybe a better way to put it is 25% of the ground floor of anything seems really high because so many of those buildings are going to have parking that takes up a good chunk of it. So I guess that's where I was kind of like, wow.
Okay. So that's
We don't have to get, we can talk about that
right,
later.
no,
but that
well, I
seems-
would just say that's one where we're not as concerned about the precision of that because we have a 775 acre surplus, and you can
Fair.
fiddle with those numbers all day long,
Right,
and we're still going to be 500 plus acres.
okay.
But I think the question then would be, should some of that get shifted? Could we pick up some industrial land there?
That's the map changes that are before you, where we've proposed to shift some of that capacity to do that. It also can play out in that we look at some of the retail and office jobs that are proposed that would sort of naturally flow to the industrial areas and say those are going to shift into, and that's what we've done in one of our, what we said is one of our industrial retention policies is to clamp down on the retail allocation and push those retail jobs back into our commercial corridors.
Okay.
And in fact, during the PEG process, the Industrial Lands Watershed Health process, we had a field trip, and we've had several conversations in that advisory group regarding pretty inefficiently utilize commercial, that the land that has commercial uses on it now that are totally inefficient. And there seems like there's a lot more capacity potential there too. But obviously, I assume you've looked at that as well.
That gets into the intensification assumptions, and we can talk about those
Good,
nuances.
good.
Howard, did you have a question? No. Oh, okay.
Okay, so just to wrap up this EOA portion, we're going to take the direction that we get from you all today and some of the work we're doing on the infrastructure investments and come up with a revised EOA in early March. Publish that. We're going to have a full hearing on that with public testimony on April 14th. And coming out of that, either at April or at your May recommendation, you'll have a separate action, because this is a separate task, separate action to recommend the EOA. That will go to City Council and eventually get reviewed by DLCD and LCDC as part of their process and acknowledgement. And we'll see how that all stands.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on.
Gary, why don't you go first?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Tom. One question I had, this is a process question. Are we going to be talking more about the value added versus falling jobs situation when we get to a more detailed discussion of industrial lands today? Okay.
Yes.
Howard?
Will you give me confidence that all these figures, numbers, readjustments are based on reality and some kind of a formula or format? Because when Metro revises their forecast, where does that come from? In other words, give us some comfort that this mountain of paper has reality connected to it.
Did you look at all the tables?
I did. I did.
Right.
I looked. It's all here.
Right. So, so I think one of the things is that unlike where we've been, we don't see this as a set it and forget it for 20 years type of process. Metro does their employment jobs forecast for the region every 6 years now, and we've proposed it, and there's a policy in there that we should keep this fresh, and we should go through this process. When Metro does their adoption and says this is what we expect to happen, we can make mid-course adjustments and look at development trends and job trends and make the adjustments to the wide range of assumptions that are here, and adjustments that we've made since we started this process back in 2009 up to here to respond to that. So I would say it's our best, it's the best available information we have today, but as we all know, with the economy, it's hard to predict the future.
Just a quick comment. I assume that BPS, the city, through MPAC, or the various committees, MTAC at Metro, are engaged on the front end of that process, so that the city of Portland, which has very different, I think, values and commitments than, say, some mythical county to the west, that it's one thing for Metro. They know exactly what I think. It's one thing for Metro to say, City of Portland, this is what we're assigning you. It's quite another for the City of Portland to be on the front end saying, it's not reasonable based on our policies and our direction. So I assume that there's an avenue for that.
Very much so. And I think, we do our own numbers, and Metro, we advise Metro on how to do their numbers, and we look for that consistency. But we are using sort of different views of the world and making sure that what they come up with matches our view of the world.
And I would say that that's shifted over time. I'd say in the past decade, the ability to bring our own numbers and our own analysis to the table and to work closely with Metro has been respected, and our thoughts and our values and our analysis has gone into that process much more rigorously than in the
Yeah,
past.
because I remember when it wasn't quite so, yeah. That's good.
Catherine?
So quickly to Howard's point, is there something you could send us at some point that kind of just shows historically how accurate those numbers have been?
Sure.
Thank you.
We're right in the middle of discussion with Metro and our other regional partners more on the residential forecast side. And if you go back to the mid-90s, we're almost spot on what Portland said we could do. That data point for that, right? There were skeptics back then, and they're skeptics now. Okay, so we will now dive into the economic development policies, and we're going to start off with a little piece on. We have art. Yeah. It's better. It is better in color. So this has been the sort of one of the keys to our economic equity and prosperity and income self-sufficiency focus coming out of the Portland Plan, and especially looking at sort of our job profile and wages, and how the different sectors, how the jobs within those sectors or areas break out. And so what you have here is, if you look at the industrial areas, each of these bars is sort of the share of jobs that fall into those wage quartiles. And so in the industrial sector, you have a few low-wage jobs. You have quite a bit of middle wage or middle income jobs, and you have a few high-end jobs. These would be the office managers and the company officers. These would be most of the workers. These might be some of the janitorial staff or the retail workers who are working in the industrial areas. And so for each of these areas, you begin to get these curves of where is the wage distribution. And if you look at the neighborhood commercial areas, you have a lot of low-end minimum wage jobs, and a few jobs in the middle, and a few high-wage jobs at the end. And so you have a curve, a sliding curve that goes from the low end to the high end. For institutions in Central City, you have very few low-wage jobs in our institutions, quite a few in the middle range, and quite a bit, the doctors and the professors and everybody on the high end. Central City is weighted towards the high end. We have our lower end retail and service workers, and we have a few some jobs in the middle, and then quite a few your lawyers and your accountants on that end. So what this speaks to is, and looking at the equity issues going forward, is what can we do to boost the middle quartiles? Because what we've seen so far, both across the nation as well as in the metro area, is a lot of growth on either end, either low-wage jobs or high-wage jobs. And how can we boost the middle? And how can we boost the middle, especially for people without college degrees? And what are those opportunities? And we feel that those mainly fall in our industrial areas. And so when you combine that sort of economic prosperity goal with where we're tight on land supply, that's why we spend a lot of time talking about industrial land and those jobs. as an outcome of that, I think, for this, there is sort of two policies that came up in the comments that we received. One was some changes about these two policies, policy 627 on income self-sufficiency, and a new proposed policy 6.1. We got a number of comments on 627 about adding some sub-policies about limiting the negative impact on middle and high wage job growth, and then also a policy suggestion from the Office of Equity and Human Rights about a diverse, growing community and improving economic equity. We thought made sense as a good overall policy to include in the document. So that's what I had for you this afternoon to propose on this topic as a way of setting things up.
So comments? Gary?
Yeah, I just want to point out from a more global perspective, or I guess from a planning perspective, yes, creating industrial lands so that we capture those mid-wage jobs, and then there's a whole other dimension though, which is really probably not the purview of planning, which is more around education and cultural change in order to make mid-wage jobs in the non-industrial sectors open to our diverse communities. And so it's not that those things are not affectable, it's just that their industrial lands is probably the major expression of that in the land use area.
Right. In the land use and infrastructure investment area, that's our best. But we also have policies about workforce development and about economic opportunity as well.
Chris?
I guess something I'd be curious to see at some future point in these discussions is to take that chart where you mapped out the wage levels by, the piece of art, and somehow overlay on that the job density per acre in each of those land use types, so we can kind of see the productivity of the land related to the different kinds of jobs and income levels.
One thing I would add on to that, if we're going to see the jobs tied to a specific piece of property, if we could also see the secondary jobs that come from it.
Right.
So that the fact that there are 5 jobs on this piece of property, we get more jobs than that in the cities. We just need to make sure we don't lose that.
Chris, related to your
Teresa?
question, I actually did it. It was pretty easy. Well, I only did it in the 4 categories. Do you want to know? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Central City, 0.003 acres per job. Industrial, 0.05 acres, so there's a difference of a whole decimal place per job. In the commercial, it's 0.019, and in institutions, it's 0.016. So, pretty big differentiating factor there.
Well,
Mike?
a process question. Are we going to come back? There are specific policies related to Chapter 6. Are we coming back to those later?
We'll work our way through that. Yeah.
So
This isn't your only shot at Chapter 6.
yeah. Another concern is the neighborhood commercial. There's a lot of jobs at the low wage, and how, that gets to this question of the corridors, I guess, and the growth in the corridors, and how do we change that dynamic in terms of its wage, or who gets those wages, maybe more importantly, and the growth in the corridors? Because if it seems to me we're creating corridors of low-wage jobs, if that's the strategy. I mean, that's the connection to me. And that's the corridors where those jobs are we're looking down the future.
Right, and it's sort of a mix in the court. Obviously,
Yeah,
it's a mix, but you balance that with the opportunity for small business ownership and wealth creation for small business owners. And so
But
I don't
those
know.
are,
I mean, it's a real mix. You have to have somebody
but that gets to the neighborhood.
in the counter.
That gets to the neighborhood policy about mixed-use development to me, because that is, do we develop the neighborhood policies that we allow the Starbucks of the world, and just to pick on someone, to come in, because those are not small businesses, those are not entrepreneurial opportunities in terms of development to push the corridors, or do we develop policies in the mixed-use development that drive that local entrepreneur to develop businesses in their community? And that is a neighborhood mixed-use policy, to me, connection.
One of the things we could do is look at, if we were a suburban neighbor or a suburban city, we wouldn't have that neighborhood commercial in the same kind of category. I mean, it would be very small, and we would have, shopping mall as a category, basically. It would be interesting for us to compare how many more local businesses ownership versus, franchises and chains, because we have a neighborhood commercial, and contrast that with some other areas, because I think there is a real difference in Portland.
Yeah, because it's a matter of not only creating the new ones, but it's preserving, to me, the old ones, if they're there. To how do you do that, and what's the policy that does get to that wealth creation? Gary?
I just did a little further arithmetic on Teresa's arithmetic. And looking at the ratios of how much area does it take to create a job, and compare using the central city as a baseline, or 0.003, the an industrial job takes 16 times as much acreage, a commercial job 6 times as much, and an institutional job 5 times as much acreage as a central city job, which is, so we're making really huge acreage investments in jobs.
I think to Michelle's point is that those central city jobs are there because we're moving stuff through the industrial area. It's a traded sector. What is bringing income to the region? We're selling, moving something out of the region that brings dollars in, that then those industrial workers buy goods and services for their business, and their workers go, the businesses hire attorneys and accountants and real estate professionals, and then the workers go out to dinner and buy goods from local shops on Hawthorne. So it's not just one job in one location, but what's that multiplier effect as those outside traded sector income ripples through the community. And Portland is in the fortunate position that we're a regional state financial center, so we've got a lot of that business flowing through here, which is a big part of our prosperity.
So are we good with the recommendation on policy 6.1? I think we are.
Okay.
Page 8.
Yeah. So moving on, we'll dig a little deeper into the industrial land and watershed health policies. So we put together, there was actually 2 different work groups. One, we had the economic development PEG that helped do a lot of the policies across all of Chapter 6. And then we had what we called an industrial lands watershed health work group that really dove into what's going on in the Portland Harbor and the Columbia Corridor, and looking at where the confluence of both the industrial activity as well as our most sensitive environmental lands along the rivers and the Columbia Slough, and trying to come up with a balance that provided the necessary or the available industrial land capacity to meet our future needs, as well as providing for improved watershed health. And, you know, we came up with sort of 5 main strategies on the industrial land capacity side that we can get into here today. One was basically around the protect what you have. We've seen a lot of conversions and a lot of leakage from our industrial land capacity. And so what can we do to tighten that up? What can we do in terms of intensification and increasing job density, taking the existing businesses and helping them grow? The way most communities approach these EOAs and sort of the Goal 9 job analysis is to every new job needs a vacant piece of land to go into. And we're saying, well, doesn't quite work in Portland, that we've got a lot of businesses that can grow at their current site, expand their buildings, and we should get credit for that. And we should help support them to grow our existing businesses and not just have every new job be in a new building on a new piece of ground. And so we have some strategies and some investments in our freight infrastructure system to help support that intensification. We also have quite a bit of brownfields, almost 600 acres of brownfields in our industrial areas that are currently underutilized that we can begin to look at, and how can we incentivize those areas to get cleaned up and brought back into productive use. And so that's a big part of our factor. We've proposed a few map changes to look at potential new areas. And then, as I mentioned before, what we are also proposing to manage this capacity over time and look at how we're developing and the development trends, and do a better job when it comes to the Goal 9 analysis that tripped us up with the River Plan North Reach. And so more actively manage that calculation, which is something that we did 25 years ago with our no net housing loss policy. And we were very careful preserving our housing capacity and what kind of changes we're making. And through that careful management and other measures in terms of mixed-use development in our corridors, we became wildly successful in unlocking that capacity.
A specific piece of property, and you can tell me you don't know, or I'll find out later. I remember back when we were going through some part of this process a while ago, University of Portland wanted to rezone some of its property. Where does that end up in the proposed changes? Yeah, they wanted some sort of recreational field.
We moved that. We're proposing to change it to mixed employment. Is that right, Steve? The McCormick Baxter.
That's where they said they didn't have enough access and they wanted soccer fields or something.
So we've proposed to move it out of the industrial area and into the campus institution with a mixed employment zoning that would allow that to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I wanted to ask,
Howard, you ask a question?
well, I wanted a little more fill-in on things like map changes on the golf course.
Yep,
It seems like
we're getting into that. So when we look at all of these changes that are proposed and how they play out in terms of generating capacity, we get a huge lift from more aggressive brownfield redevelopment and industrial land intensification. And I've got a couple slides that can get to those numbers. There's some additional detail in the supplemental memo we handed out today. I would say there's where to begin. Why don't we jump to, the one of the things around intensification has been about regulatory climate, and one of the things that we heard from the business community as being important is a business-friendly regulatory climate and some factors to consider when we look at new regulations. And so policy 617 was designed to do that, to raise issues that when we are considering new regulations or changes to regulations, here's some of the issues that we need to look at and essentially make findings against, again, sort of set us up to look at and consider these factors when we're adopting new regulations.
Is that a change of some kind?
Well, this is a new policy that it's not new. It's a proposed policy that has been in there that garnered a lot of comment and discussion, and especially around around point A, what it means to be cost competitive, and around subpoint E, what it means to be cost-effective compliance.
Cost-effective with relation to other constituencies?
Other
charges?
communities, yes.
Yeah, so how we charge versus how Seattle charges, kind of thing.
Or how Beaverton or Hillsborough
Whatever,
charges.
okay.
Whatever,
all right,
yes,
all right.
whatever market you think we're competing with.
Where does strategic freight investment come into this?
It's coming.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of a circus McGurkus here.
Do you want comments on this policy at
Yes.
this point?
Yeah, I
So
think
with-
you had,
Yeah, so with 6.17E, I'm supportive, I'm okay with the change, but I would keep the avoid duplicative procedures when you can achieve city objectives through other means. I don't think that means you can't have city procedures. It just means do a cross-check and make sure that you're adding value before you decide we're going to regulate X when this other agency is already doing it. So my preference is to keep the avoid.
Other comments?
Efficient doesn't do that for you?
No, I say be clear.
I'm processing that comment. What is that?
Are we good with it, or Mike, you want to?
Just a second. Well, no, I'll just express my concern and leave it at that for now. It's been argued in the past that the city shouldn't have jurisdiction over some habitats, for example, because the feds or the state have jurisdiction over them. The city of Portland may have higher aspirations than those very minimal regulations at the state and federal level. So the city needs to retain its authority over those issues. That's
And
the
I'm
point
not
of it.
trying to take it away with this proposal. My thought is that when you're developing regulations, you should do a cross-check and
Yeah.
make sure that, because it's not even just what you're costing the developer to go through another process and potential delay. It's, if we're going back to jobs, it's jobs getting online later, and it's staff resources, because the city's got limited money and limited projects it can work on it. So I think we should just do a gut check.
Yeah, no problem with that.
So does Michelle's change work for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
I have
Oh,
a significant problem with 17A, however. There's been a lot of chatter about this one because when you read that, basically, and the common way of framing that is a race to the bottom. We're going to look at Beaverton, which has very different values, Washington County, other jurisdictions across the Columbia River, and to base our decisions on how little Beaverton may be doing, or Washington County, or name your jurisdiction, contrasted with our values and where we're at, and this same situation is with Metro. Not Metro bashing, by the way. I think we need regional government, and they serve a very important function. Assessing other cities' regulations to ensure that we're as bad as they may be in some respects is just not where I want to be.
So,
And I don't know why we even need that in the comp plan.
okay.
That's my take.
So I think one, this has been an issue that comes up regularly, especially other parts of the city, other agency, other bureaus, when they look at system development charges and where to set them. We heard those comments, and so we've gone back and within BPS and our project team, sort of rethought this policy and rather than use the word ensure, to change it to say something more like maintain our financial competitiveness. It gives some flexibility. It doesn't say we have to be the low-cost leader, but all it does is say, look at what this is going to do in relative other scales. And as with all of these policies, it may say, you know what, in this situation, it is important, and it is going to be more expensive to develop in Portland for these reasons.
And the follow-up I would give is that, and I know that we've had this conversation, and to staff's credit, I think you actually did insert some language in the economic development, whether it's at the policy, at the introductory level, the policy, I can't remember, regarding the competitiveness of the city of Portland as a function of a high quality of life, access to parks, access to all the other stuff that in many cases does relate to our having better regulations to protect, restore, and maintain natural resources in the city. So this is like pulling out the regulatory approach and putting a big red flag on it without the full picture of why do people move here? Why do companies relocate here? They do so, and they say over and over, it's because of the quality of life in the city of Portland. Anyway.
Okay. Chris, and then Maggie, and then Howard.
All right, well, basically to Mike's point, I wonder if a better word than maintain might be understand, so that we're consciously placing ourselves at a point in that spectrum, trading off against other factors.
Maggie, go ahead, and then I got Howard and Catherine.
I guess it wouldn't be necessary to add in a caveat, but not at the expense of these other policies, because as we discussed at another meeting, is it not working? Now it's on.
Yes.
As we discussed at our last meeting, we have a policy that is trying to balance policies. So it may be redundant to add in there. Actually, I'm asking a question. Would it be redundant to add in there, not at the expense of X, Y, and Z, to
Yes.
ensure financial?
In general, with the way we've structured the whole comp plan and how we write the policies, it would be redundant.
Okay.
What this policy prompts you to is, at least when we're adopting new regulations, we look at what that cumulative cost is, and we balance it with other policies that says this is the right thing to do, and we considered those factors, and we're still going to do it.
Howard?
Well, I want to understand your concern, Mike, that's all. It's a question of our being cost competitive with other regions around what they charge for permits, is that right? Or am I being too simplistic? I want to understand how cost competitiveness, which of course makes us more attractive to do business, is something that you object to.
Do I object to being cost competitive? Wow, that's a loaded question. No, of course I don't. I'm just saying
Well, then I wanna
that
understand.
there's a whole range of considerations that relate to our competitiveness with other cities
Right.
that does not require us to be overly focused on should we have environmental regulations or not.
Oh, that's not how I saw it at all.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Cost competitive, we simply abolish the tree code, for example.
Right.
Catherine?
I'm going to have to say I'm in support of where it's at today, because you need to understand what the other jurisdictions, especially around us, are doing. And I'll give one example. SDCs, let's say for parks, which is on a per unit basis for residential, as that number keeps growing, affordable housing keeps getting harder and harder to achieve. And so I think we need to understand what other jurisdictions around us are doing, because we may be just basically doing funk if we don't keep that in mind as a full picture. So I think I think it needs to all be balanced. And you have a point, Mike, that I think we need to make sure we understand what our competitors are doing.
Teresa?
Well, I think to Mike's point, the way I read this is relating specifically to the regulatory environment, but cannot ignore the cost of maintaining the environment as well. So to ensure that regulatory costs are low so that development is more easily accomplished in light of the environmental goals that we have, which include a cost of destroying the environment. So, you know, if this is just a segmented piece specifically about regulatory, I would agree, but it also has to take into account any of these types of things, what our overall goals are with protecting the environment.
Don, did you have a question or comment?
Just maybe a comment. I agree with what Catherine said about really keeping this regulatory cost competitiveness on the radar screen. And I do a lot of work in the other jurisdictions, and I think you always want to be aware of what their systems development charges are so you can attract businesses on an equal playing field. I also do a lot of work with environmental regulators in those cities. And to be honest with you, you know, the requirements, for instance, of clean water services, the cities and towns under their umbrella are pretty stiff and pretty creative. It wasn't always that way, though.
No.
No, but it is now. I'm real encouraged about what they're doing and how it compares to other towns and cities. They're a fine organization. So.
Yeah, actually, Clean Water Services efforts stem out of Title III, which came out of Metro that we all worked on 20 years ago. Yeah, I participated through 2 rounds of SDCs, and one of the concerns we had, frankly, was there are quite a few cities that have much lower aspirations for how much parkland they want for their citizens. And there was an issue there of actually having too low SDCs for a long time based on those kinds of analyses. I'm not arguing that we shouldn't be looking around the region, but what I'm arguing is we don't peg our aspirations to what other cities may or may not be doing. That's all. I think it's fine to have it on your radar, but when it becomes a filter, when it becomes something that we say, no, we're not going to do a natural resource update. Because if we do that, we're going to lose 122 acres of industrial land or whatever it may be. We make the decision much more broadly than that. That's my concern.
Chris, and then we'll kind of roll it. Chris and Michelle.
So I just want to caution, I think we're mixing apples and oranges a little bit here. I mean, SDCs are provision of infrastructure. They're not regulation. But, you know, I just want to emphasize, I think, you know, understand is a better word than either maintain or ensure, because it says we're making a choice and we're conscious of what's going on. It doesn't say what that choice has to be. And I think the other words have an implication that we have to be somewhere in that spectrum rather than making a choice.
Michelle?
I was just going to say I agree with that as well in terms of using understand. I think maintain suggests we're already there, and I don't know that we are there if we haven't done that analysis. And I think part of the issue here, policy-wise, is figuring out where you're going to get the money to accomplish your goals when we get into this SDC discussion. It may be that we still want all this parkland, but maybe we're going to make choices that we're going to go to the general fund or we're going to do something else to get it rather than put it what we're currently putting on SDC so that we don't push the affordable housing out. It's just figuring out where the money comes from without compromising the goal. Right, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So are we in agreement we don't want ensure in the policy? Are we? And so understand as a, we're good? Okay, understand. That's 16.7A.
All right, so the next policy that had a lot of comment and discussion was policy 6.36, which is around prime industrial land retention. And just to be clear, if you look up on this map, you know, we have a map in the comp plan, which is it's figure 6.1. It's in the back of chapter 6. But what we're talking about is the gray area that applies to the Portland Harbor and the industrial lands along the Columbia Corridor, those and the Brooklyn Yards. Those are our prime industrial lands where we're going to do the most to protect and retain those lands. And so some of the strategies that we've come up with is to, again, track sort of the capacity of what is happening on here, to limit the quasi-judicial map amendments, so people coming in wanting to convert out of the industrial land category. This was a proposal that was part of River Plan North Reach, so we're bringing that forward. We also want to limit the conversion within those areas, you know, to other uses, so that, you know, you can tightening up the set of allowed uses, clamping down on retail. There's direction from Metro and Title IV to limit the use in these areas for parks and schools and large places of assembly and large format retail. So really clamp down on those types of uses. And then in the end, strive to offset any capacity reductions. And so when somebody brings forward a proposal for a non-industrial use in these areas, to look at you know, how we can offset that with additional prime industrial capacity with similar site characteristics. So if it's a river-dependent use, it's part of our harbor access lands. How can we create more capacity for our harbor access lands? And that could be something like, well, in conjunction with this decision, we need to do more Portland Harbor Superfund brownfield reassessment, or we need to do another freight infrastructure project that allows us to squeeze more capacity out of those lands with similar characteristics. That's what this bundle of policies and sub-policies are designed to do.
So can you explain why BES is against this?
So,
and parks.
And parks. So within the comp plan map amendment, we have 550 acres of industrial land being rezoned to open space because it's been acquired by Metro, BES, parks for non-industrial uses. And this policy would be at least a pause for consideration of future acquisitions. Is that the right thing to do? And what is the impact on our industrial land capacity of that decision? So it could be seen as a constraint. I don't think it is a barrier given the balancing policies. And are there other good reasons to put that facility in this location? But it at least asks the question, when you go to make that step, what is the impact on our prime industrial land capacity? I think there is a gray area with BES as to whether what they need it for, and does it serve, is it a citywide facility or does it serve the industrial area, especially in the Columbia Corridor where there isn't good drainage and you need, so if we do have a stormwater facility that is more natural green infrastructure, does that enable greater, better, more intensive development of our other industrial sites? And that's a question, and that, this policy is designed to look at that and understand those implications of those types of decisions.
And the interesting, I'd be curious if you or Roberta or somebody, Marie, could describe the nature of those lands, because I know BES and Portland Parks and certainly Metro isn't purchasing industrial land that doesn't have wetland and other constraints. They're purchasing natural areas. And
No,
so
but in some cases, it's mostly natural and has upland that is employment land. And actually, I think our analysis shows this 550 acres of zone change is, as we counted in BLI, is only 50 acres of employment capacity. But when we're down here
Right.
talking about 100 acres either way, it's at least worth asking the question, what is the impact?
there's a difference between asking, and the reason I have concerns and others, and I mean BES and Parks has actually formally requested this be taken out, as I recall, is there's a difference between asking the question and having a chilling effect and saying, no, you can't acquire any land in the Columbia Corridor. And they're doing great work out there that I think actually does benefit the existing and potentially future employment opportunities by virtue of how they handle stormwater. And
Michelle?
that's the concern.
So you mentioned that there are comp plan changes that are proposed, comp plan map changes that are proposed that would move like 500 acres from industrial, but it only means like 50 developable lands. If we make that change in the comp plan, do the owners of that property avoid the responsibility to do some sort of offset for the 50 acres they're taking away? Because I'm like wondering,
Right,
is there a way?
we factored that in. In the tables you see in section 4 of the EOA right now, it includes that 53-acre loss of capacity.
But if we
to
didn't,
balance.
if we didn't rezone it as part of this process or remap it as part of this process, and they came around later to go through that process, they then would have the responsibility to do some sort of offset. Like if we developed a policy that you contribute to brownfield remediation fund, that wouldn't
It could.
apply.
Yeah.
It wouldn't apply.
Well,
So it's a timeline question. If we comp plan amendment the properties now, our policies to do this sort of offset don't apply to those 50 acres or 500.
We have factored that into the EOA analysis, that change, in sort of showing, the goal 9 standard is to show we have an adequate supply of employment land to meet the future needs. We have factored in that 53-acre loss of capacity from those. Going forward, we would ask the question, and we would either say, is there something you can do to offset that loss? Maybe carve off the upland portion that doesn't have the resource value so that we can put it back into productive use, or something else. Or, no, this is a jewel, we really need this, we're gonna do it anyway.
Okay, so I have a comment for moving to March 24th or whatever. I'd like to talk about if it's possible to carve off developable land. I would just like to know if so.
Yeah, I would think,
Well,
it's an added cost to go through a partition subdivision step, but it's theoretically feasible.
Mike?
Well, just to make a point, all upland, I mean, the Bureau of Environmental Services, Parks, Metro, whatever, is not only interested in wetland habitat necessarily, because the combination of upland and wetland habitat might be a very critical piece of their overall strategy. So just to make the point that all upland should not necessarily be considered for development, because it may have very significant value by virtue of being its proximity to riparian habitat or whatever. So, right, just a point.
So this really is about taking that second look to say, how does this, from a standpoint, either help or hinder? It still may be converted, but it's just that step. And
Limit.
Huh? Well, limit.
Limit conversion of prime land.
Maybe the word
Because
understand is
from
better.
acquisition, it says.
But maybe understand, but I think the idea is, I understand it from Tom, is to take the step to understand is this the right choice for this land?
I'm just reading the words. It
Well,
says limit acquisition.
I understand that, but I understand the intent is to take that step. Is that correct, Tom?
Yes.
To
I
understand.
mean, it's back to what Maggie brought up,
Maggie,
and we
yeah.
talked about the balancing of policies.
Policies.
There's going to be policies in Chapter 7 that said, wow, this is a really good spot, and this fits all of these, meets, 10 policies in Chapter 7, and this says, and what is it doing for prime industrial land? Yeah, but we've got all these good reasons in Chapter 7 to do it. It's just asking the question. Now, if at that time, as part of that, we can't figure out how to offset the reductions, and it takes us below that magic line in Goal 9 where we don't have adequate capacity, as part of that decision, we would factor that in, and then we would have to take an exception to Goal 9 at that time, and go through that hoop. We're going to have to go through that Goal 9 exception hoop, regardless if this policy is here or not.
Exactly.
Well, but is it
The time's come.
Well, the time's come, but are we just not yet? And are we putting that time?
We don't have to do it now. We can
Well,
do it.
but
We will in the future.
We're certainly taking what BES said. If we take and do this, that we are then moving that timeline forward. Is that correct?
I think we're more explicitly acknowledging that.
Yeah. I mean, one way or the other, we're now just saying.
The necessity of that step.
Yeah.
And I want to be really clear, I absolutely support this, the objective of this, and we did through everybody was on board with preventing conversion of industrial land. But when it comes to, we know that the natural resources inventory indicates there's additional land out there in the corridor along the slough that needs to be protected. That's pretty much a given, I hope. I just don't want us to get into a situation with this policy where Portland Parks, BES, whatever, has a very important piece of land that they want to acquire for environmental purposes that gets shut down because it says limit those kinds of impacts when they should go forward. That's my concern. There's a difference between considering, looking at it, which I totally agree with, and outright saying limit it. That's all.
Michelle?
So I understand we're not supposed to get into wordsmithing here, so I won't. I just have some general comments because I'm supportive of the concept, but not the specific language used, and just a couple of comments I would have. A says strictly limit, and then B says limit. Strictly limit versus limit doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Limit means
one is quasi-judicial, so that's private owners coming in. I mean in terms of the standard, strictly limit versus limit. Strictly limit, as in.
Because limit's defined as minimized.
Quasi-judicial means private. Well, I think in the river plan it was prohibit.
Okay,
so individual property owners don't come in, don't ask.
Okay. All right.
Well, then you should say prohibit.
But limit means minimize. It doesn't mean don't do it. If you look in the definition, it means minimize it.
Right.
Now you've got protect, which is the same thing as prevent, which means do not allow. So I would say the protect and the limit verbs don't match. So you might want to look at tweaking the definition of protect, and other places later on in the policies where you use protect and you don't provide any examples that include this limiting concept. I think it would be helpful to explain that protect is effectuated through limitation. I think it would be more consistent, and you're less likely to get into arguments about, well, they would have said limit if they meant limit.
Mm-hmm.
So on this policy, I think we're going to modify, and I think we're supportive of the policy. I think the language is the issue here.
And I might be throwing a wrench into this, but I don't have a problem, which is fine. But I'm okay with calling out parks and everything else as having to go through this process as well, because I want everybody to think about it before they do it.
Right.
So it's a modify the policy around the language and to not have it be, I guess, limit, but understand or have that touch base.
I want to limit it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure I agree with that.
okay.
It's just, to me, I'm having a little bit of, what do you mean by limit? Define limit. Like, I was looking at the definition, and what's the difference between strict limit and limit? And I get the quasi-judicial versus that, but obviously you're having a higher standard for one, and so it's just kind of.
So I think part of this plays out in how it gets interpreted in the zoning code and in our industrial code. I will go back and figure out why we avoided to use prohibit in A, because that was the direction of where we were at in the North Reach. Limit in B is essentially limit non-industrial uses. So we're going to clamp down on the retail uses in the prime industrial area. You know, we're going to follow the direction from Metro and clamp down on limiting the parks and schools and places of assembly, and say, you know, those belong in other parts of the city.
So, and I totally support that. I guess what I'm struggling with is, how do you define limit? I get to do it on this property, but not that property? That's where
No,
I'm
you get to
struggling.
do it in the zone, the geography.
Okay, but I guess that's what I mean. Within this zone,
Yeah, you don't limit, prohibit. It's how, maybe you make them conditional uses. Some become conditional uses. It's something that we've got to play out as part of the Task 5 zoning code implementation project to show how this policy language plays out in actual regulations. And is that too restrictive? Is it too limiting? Or is it too broad or not limiting enough? In terms of where it really hits the ground is in the zoning code and how that applies to a piece of ground.
So are we, again, one more time. Gary, real quick, because we need to move on here.
for me, yes.
I'm supportive of the policy. The question I would ask is, has there been discussion of it being construed more broadly than just the industrial areas with multimodal transport? For example, I'm concerned about in the inner southeast area, conversion of industrial or employment land into housing, because that's a more lucrative approach to take in the short run. I didn't see a policy that really says that that's prohibited or that that's limited. There's the converse, which says encourage the redevelopment into industrial from commercial. But so I'm just wondering if this principle should be expanded a bit, the principle of protecting industrial land. And this being limited to those three multimodal areas.
I think there are other policies in there, and as part of sort of the Central City set of policies and Central City industrial policies that get you that protection.
Okay.
As well as, again, the way the EOA is set up and Goal 9, that if you wanted to change an industrial part of the Central East Side to a more mixed-use commercial side, you would have to show there's adequate capacity and all of that. And that would be a comp plan amendment, and it would go through, you know, a full review kind of process to achieve that. So I think there's the limits on that, or the process to carefully consider those.
Okay, you think it's there?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So one more time, we're supportive of the policy. We think there's some wordsmithing and around that limit. Is that fair? Otherwise, we're going to throw it out and we'll bring it back later.
Between limit and protect.
Limit, protect, understand, something in that. Is that fair to say?
We'll look at the word limit and try and clarify that.
Well, I just want to make sure, otherwise we're going to bring it back later to discuss again. So we're going to look at having staff modify the language. Okay.
Okay, so last part of this.
Hang on just one
Yeah.
second. So, Mr. Chair, can we do a time check? Where are we at on that agenda? With staying on track? Because there's some issues later on in the agenda that specifically relate to something I want to speak to. And I chair a board on these days. I don't get to just extend my hours.
Okay.
and I want to make sure that I have to leave at 3:40.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm just wanting to know where our time is. I can move this item up.
We-
That's what I'm wondering.
Okay, we can move them up if we need to. Where, Tom, what,
So for the prime industrial areas, let's have our golf course conversation,
okay.
and then we can.
Then we'll go to your items, Karen.
Okay, can I make one quick comment, just because we're on page 13 of the staff report that we've been working through? The last thing talks about a letter by Stoll Reeves, and that's mentioned throughout. I think that's a typo. I talked to everybody that likely would have submitted a letter. I think this is a Perkins Coie
I think you're
letter.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wouldn't want to confuse that. Ooh.
No responsibility.
Doesn't mean I
Yeah,
agree or
yeah.
disagree,
You're-
but we didn't submit a letter.
Just want to make sure. Okay, Tom, golf courses.
Okay, so we have 3 privately owned golf courses out by the airport that have a mix of potentially developable land and environmentally sensitive land. And over the past couple of years, the Colwood Golf Course, which is to the east here on the map, went through 2 different processes, eventually got approval for a comp plan amendment that developed 49 acres for industrial and left the other 100 plus acres as open space that has been eventually acquired by Parks Department. Based on sort of that model, we looked at the Broadmoor Golf Course and the Riverside Golf Course as potential opportunities for that sort of future conversion and adding to the industrial land capacity. When we actually looked at these 2 golf courses, and we looked at a 4th one, the Columbia Edgewater Golf Course up here, we eliminated Columbia Edgewater because it had some access issues onto Marine Drive and a levee that would prevent it from efficient industrial development. So we dropped that out.
Tom, what's the color key here?
So the color key is the blue is proposed to go to industrial or employment. I think this is Concordia College. So this was a screenshot from the map app. So all the employment stuff shows up in blue. But we're talking about this chunk of 90 acres of the Riverside Golf Course and this 15-acre chunk of the Broadmoor Golf Course. The brown is actually natural areas and open space that have been acquired by public agencies that is going out of industrial zoning and into open space zoning. So this
That's
chunk.
proposed or accomplished in the brown?
All of this is proposed.
Okay.
But I think these 2 pieces have already been acquired by some public agency for that purpose.
So the remainder would still remain in private hands? That's
So-
not highlighted?
Both of these everything that is not highlighted is privately owned
Okay.
by the 2 golf courses. What we're looking at and what we're proposing is Colwood went through a pretty laborious process to convert this to industrial. We are removing one of those barriers by designating it on the comprehensive plan map, saying, yeah, if you wanted to come in someday at your own choosing, at your discretion, and you wanted to convert this chunk or this chunk to industrial land, we would be amenable to it. You have an easier process. It's a comp plan, or it's a zone change in conformance with the comp plan map. It's a slightly lower bar. You still have to go through a public review process. It takes most of the ground that is already in an environmental overlay zone or has otherwise identified natural resource characteristics on it, and it leaves those areas open space, much as the balance. And it's about between the 2 properties, and it didn't balance. We didn't divide each golf course up 1/3, 2/3, but the remaining areas of both golf courses is about 220 acres. So we have about 105 acres of industrial land and 220 acres of open space between those two. We,
Has the Colwood Golf Course been up against Port's land?
yeah, I believe so. I think it,
So
I don't know
they would
exactly.
be contiguous in development.
Well, there's big fences and you're not allowed to
Well,
go out onto the airport grounds.
no, but
it's
I'm just
conceivable-
wondering how those two coexist or don't.
It's, I don't know how the access works onto that back. If they needed direct access to the airfield, I'm sure they could probably get it.
Mike?
Yeah, I was one of the very reluctant folks when we looked at this, the Industrial Lands Watershed Group. There wasn't unanimity, but we basically wound up, some of us, reluctantly supporting this approach because of the Goal 9 industrial lands, and it's just another classic example of how we're up against it today, not in 10 years or 20 years, by moving to rezone open space for industrial land is, I think, a bit of an example of desperation. I don't know, but part of that conversation, and Roberta's here, my recollection is, well, if we did go this route, there are opportunities for actually improving environmental quality out there. And I don't know if Roberta wants to comment other than that. That's another aspect of this. And so my question is, if and when they came in for industrial development, is that concept embedded in this approach? I mean, it was a concept put forward by staff, but that doesn't mean it would occur.
Right.
And one of the carrots for going along with this potential conversion was the opportunity to improve environmental quality as part of that process.
Right. So if we continue with this map as part of Task 5 in the zoning code implementation, we have the airport area plan district, we can include those standards and criteria to make sure that those types of issues get addressed as part of the zone change decision. And that was the vehicle for having that discussion and making sure that those trade-offs happen, similar to what happened on Colwood. Right. I will note that in the last few weeks, we got one letter from the Northeast Neighborhood Coalition objecting or opposing this map change and the loss of open space in the area. We also have a letter of objection from the Riverside Golf Course saying, their full intention is to continue to operate as a private country club in the foreseeable future, that they're healthy and seem to be in a healthy position. I think with respect to the Riverside Country Club, this is a map change that provides them flexibility going forward, but it does not force them into any set of action. And one of the things is there is also a policy supportive of, when we approach this strategy, we looked at a couple of different measures, and we'll get to this when we talk about West Hayden Island, is there's a policy in there that supports the conversion of golf courses. That's one step. That would have made it easier for Colwood to go through their process. Mm-hmm. The next step beyond that is to change the map, but not the zoning. That's sort of the second step of the process of making it easier for them. It's still at their discretion. And one of the things that we could do is modify the language of the policy to make it clear that it is at the discretion of the property owner, and there is no forcing or action or creating non-conforming use that's embedded in here.
But that would still allow the city to count that acreage?
Yes, we think you count it at the comp plan map level. And it's a 20-year plan, and people make different decisions over 20 years.
Chris?
So I want to up-level this a little bit to that big Goal 9 question. So you don't have any math that makes the Goal 9 number work without these golf courses, right?
No, we have 113 acre surplus right now, if all of our assumptions stand and all of our other map changes stand. We're there, and if you take away the 90 acres on Riverside, then it makes it that much closer.
So we're
And
right
if
at the
you-
edge. Right.
You're on the edge.
So,
Again, we're talking about 90 acres out of, what is it, 1,800 acres of, or 1,900 acres of supply.
right.
You know.
So I sort of got two different views of this that have been put in my head in different contexts. I mean, one is, listening to some of the environmental organizations who say, we're landlocked, eventually we run out, we have to face up to that reality. We may as well do it now rather than later. In briefings with staff, I've heard that, well, no, this is kind of a ballet that goes back and forth between us and Metro and how much forecast we get and how we accommodate it. Since we're in this public forum now, let's just explore that a little bit. And how is this going to play out 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Are we always going to be in this envelope between, almost there, not quite there, or at some point do we just run up hard against it and we have to make some hard choices?
So over time, as development occurs in these areas, our future development capacity will shrink. And our calculation of that development capacity, we do our own methodology and our own number, and Metro does theirs, and our job in working with them is to make sure that those line up pretty much. As that capacity shrinks, Metro's going to not assign us jobs in their forecast model. And so, especially when it comes to the industrial areas, you're going to see fewer and fewer jobs. And then on our demand side, also we're going to look at our sector mix and how the sector jobs are growing and everything, and you're going to see those industrial sectors, just as we are sort of today, they're growing slower than other sectors of our city economy, like, hospitals and office jobs. So over time, as we go through these business cycles, you will see a declining share going towards these industrial areas that reflects that declining capacity and ability to handle jobs. And so we'll forever be on this edge in terms of trying to meet and balancing that declining share in the forecast and declining capacity.
So the short answer is we may never have to go and say that we're not meeting goal 9. I know we always talk about it like we're going to have to do that, but the way it works is that you look at how much land you have as one of the inputs into the analysis to figure out how many jobs you're going to assign.
So I guess I would posit that, at least from the 5 years I spent on this commission, arguing about how close to that edge we are and what policies might put us closer or further consumes an incredible amount of energy and political process. And is there not, taking the environmental side, is there not an advantage to saying, well, we're not going to try and hit that number and let's stop using that as the center point of the debate?
Well,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Wait, you surprised? So one question I would have looking at, because one concern I had about the golf course land is, well, they said they're not going to flip. So should we really be getting credit for it? But if you assume it's 20 years, it could flip, then that to me seems like a good chunk of land, and you may get more of the types of jobs. We're talking about redefining industrial and having a range of jobs that classify as industrial. If that gives us more of the jobs that are AA degrees or high school degrees, then I think we need to consider that. I think it gets sort of an extra bump in terms of the bang for those acres.
And the key thing I heard from Tom was, through time, Metro not simply saying, Portland, we're assigning this number of jobs based on industrial development without recognizing the fact that that land is not there.
Right.
That's critical. And that's one of the big concerns, is that we just don't get into a situation where Metro's saying, I'm sorry, you're going to have to rezone Smith and Bybee Lakes.
Right. It's not saying, gee, Portland, you have 100,000 industrial jobs and we're just going to run it out at 2% a year and you got to find that much space. It does have that feedback mechanism that's based on available capacity.
But it is important to note that as we're doing this, we are shifting the kinds of jobs that we're getting.
Yes.
You know, to reflect. Or we have a sea change. So we never think about this, but the world changes. And we may figure out a different way to have more jobs per acre on industrial land that we already have. We may, you know, so that, you know, the number of jobs per acre in the Central East Side now versus even 5 or 10 years ago has increased. And so all of those things will change over time. And that's why we're going to start doing it every 6 years instead of waiting, you know, every 20 years.
Well, and that's, we all recall the joint meeting we had with PDC talking about the very issue in terms of Central East Side, having potential for significantly more jobs for those folks.
So for the golf courses, are we comfortable with the focus? Or
Quick question, Tom. You answered most of my questions about the logistics and kind of the position with Riverside. The area that's colored blue will be calculated in. What's the area in gray on their site? Is that low resource area?
You mean this area here?
Yeah.
That will remain open space, and that's the extent of the E-zone that's out there today.
Okay. So
that's why we drew that line, is to approximate where the E-zone is today.
Great, that's my question.
Executive golf course.
Well, that's what they did in Colwood, right? The Colwood is now a 9-hole course for parks.
Quickly.
Quick question. Were there other golf courses that were looked at?
We looked at the Heron Lakes golf courses and PIR, and Parks wasn't too crazy about either one of those proposals. And so I guess, you know, there's a policy that says golf course reuse is a good idea, but we didn't go far as to change a map, and it would be up to them or the city council to decide what they want to do with those assets.
So basically the question didn't get pushed to the logical policy, and because you found another way to meet the acreage goal?
That would be one way to look at it.
Okay.
Yes. We didn't know how the numbers were going to work out when we dropped the Heron Lakes discussion. We asked the question of Parks. We had the discussion. They said, no, we're going to stay in the golf course business here.
Okay. Well, and there are other private courses scattered around the city as well.
They're not located in close to our industrial areas.
Yeah.
So are we comfortable with golf courses? Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Karen.
I didn't say I was comfortable.
I think there's a majority there.
Yeah.
Karen?
I do have the ability to see when I cut my losses.
We're going to jump around here a little bit to accommodate Karen.
So that it was on page 19 of the summary document. It's issue E, employment land map changes. Page 19, issue E. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So there's information. I've kind of been strategizing as a commissioner how I look at this volume of what I've been given, and had a meeting with Susan and Deborah Stein on how to look at this process-wise for someone who's superintendent's 80 hours a week. And I want to be a good member of society and of this commission, so how do I do that? So what I've kind of chosen, just to let you know, is we all have our areas of interest and expertise. And my area of a little bit more specific interest is in East Portland. So these issues are around East Portland issues, and so there's a couple of questions that I have that I'd like to bring up while I have a chance.
Yeah.
And then they may have very simplistic answers, and I'm just not understanding, and that's okay with me. So it talks about dispersed employment areas, and when we had a meeting in this building with all the pegs all together, my little table was talking about dispersed employment and what that meant. And it was where they were going to look at employment development in areas that were near transit. So they were near like truck routes and things. So a couple of the areas that were of interest during that big PEG meeting, when we were doing the Portland plan, was Sandy Boulevard and Gateway, and also 122nd and Shaver, which is where the Rossi Farms is. So we have a number of historical farms in the East Portland area, and of course, East Portland was all farms at one point of various Japanese and Italian descent. So I have some questions about that. But on page 19, it talks about mixed employment land changes, and it's got Sandy Boulevard. And Sandy Boulevard, about 20 blocks of it is an NPI. So it's a neighborhood prosperity initiative. In fact, we have a big meeting tonight at 6:30 at the Russellville Grange called Historic Park Rose. And they have some concerns regarding this area being designated a high priority truck route. And we talked about truck routes, and they had conversation about truck routes. And some people said the truck route was taken out as a high priority truck route because they're trying to build even little cafes where people can sit and have a meal, and watching big fat trucks roll by as you're drinking your latte isn't very attractive to this group. So some people are saying the high priority truck route was taken out of the plan, and then some people are saying they took it out of the plan, but it's still in the plan. And so I don't have any kind of, I don't understand like what's happening. So I feel like I'm kind of one of the voices that's talking about. I get Airport Way being a high priority truck route perhaps, but the idea of these little 20 blocks of this MPI being a truck route is not very attractive. The other thing is we want to make sure that the historical farming areas that want to remain farming areas get to remain farming areas. So I don't know if that's something, and there's a little bit of a dispute. I don't want to just go on, but there's a little bit of a dispute around the 122nd and Shaver area having a zone change to light industrial, light commercial, whereas a lot of people in the NPI like the idea of that being built up as offices and light industrial area. And they want to encourage employment and that type of employment on 122nd and Shaver adjacent to the Rossi Farms. But I also know that Rossi Farms is not very happy with that designation. So I'm just bringing that up as kind of a little conundrum going on here. And my third area of interest is in the fact that you talked about adding 4,000 jobs to the Gateway area by adding 50 acres of industrial land. And I don't get the math there. And I'm probably not understanding the math there, but it looks like we're using 50 acres of development to create 4,000 jobs. And I don't get it. I live there and I don't get it. So that's why I'm bringing it up, and I don't know if all of this is kind of cohesive to any of you, but it kind of makes sense to me under this area of dispersed employment.
So
Hope that
I'll
made
take your
sense to
last
somebody.
question first, which is in Gateway, we have 4,000 jobs and demanding about 50 acres, and that's because of the job density. Most of those jobs are going to be office and retail jobs and the like. We are proposing a change within Gateway to change some of what was formerly sort of a light industrial mixed employment area. They got upzoned to EX. We're saying, no, that hasn't really worked. Let's go back to this mixed employment business park zoning and try and encourage those employment-focused uses, not more of the high-intensity mixed-use development. So we're actually without changing the job forecast, we're creating more capacity there for jobs, and we're slightly changing the nature of those jobs, if that makes sense.
So you have ascertained what it is that builds economic development in Gateway? Because a lot of us are still trying to figure it out.
We're still trying to figure out. What we're saying is what we did in the past clearly hasn't worked.
Yeah, it hasn't worked.
And we're trying to right-size the zoning to, one, what was there, and two, what we think is the opportunity going forward.
So there was a project, and I won't take us off task, there's little time, but where we talked about a Gateway Education Economic Development Center, and I chaired that for about 6 years and gave up. So it's actually coming back around again, and we have acreage there. We know where we want to put it. I'm hoping maybe as a parenthesis to all of this conversation, we're trying to build economic education for people that live there, for jobs that work there, with affordable housing there, so people don't have to take a bus downtown. I wish somebody would support us on that, because it's in the Portland plan.
Right.
It's in the appendix. Mayor Adams supported it, and it hasn't been supported since he left.
So would that fit in the mixed employment zone?
I don't know where the site is
It's
and what
across from
it's
Fred
zoned, but
Meyer.
it would be consistent
99th
with
and
the,
Pacific.
with the mixed. If
Mixed.
it's in the mixed employment area, it would fit with
Fit,
that.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
it would fit in there.
Yes.
okay,
Uh,
okay. I'll
Your
make
first
another run at
question, Sandy is a priority
Yep.
truck route.
Yep,
Eric was telling me it's still a priority truck route in the TSP, and that would be a topic discussion for your TSP hearing at the next session.
we shall. And we've asked NPI to write a letter to the
Right.
city, which they have done, and I've seen the copy. So we will definitely be kind of arguing. I don't know, do I have to recuse myself as a commissioner if I want to talk about that or not?
No.
Right?
No.
Hey,
Oh,
no.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Uh,
The question of freight,
Okay, I just want to make sure
No,
that
You're
I
an
don't.
applicant.
the question of freight that Karen's raising on Sandy brings the question of investment, and I don't want to get into the TSP, but it is also tied to the brownfields component too. And so I want to, I think Karen's raising a point in a different direction, but it also is the amount of investment that is tied to the economic process.
Okay.
Chris and then Don here.
So I want to go to Karen's point about Rossi Farms.
Yeah.
So.
So it's up,
Right.
there's
So
a slightly better map there
This,
on the
this
screen.
commission has been supportive of urban agriculture, including, creating special rules for urban agriculture. At this scale, it's probably a little bit outside of that envelope, but
Yeah.
it's contiguous anyway. To what extent would this zoning change either hinder the current agricultural operation or maybe put economic forces on it in the long term that would cause it to change?
I don't think there's any impact on that as a continuing use. This is strictly about what it gets used for in the future when there's a change.
So if they want to change, it gives them some options. It doesn't
Yeah,
require them.
just like the golf course. It gives them direction as to where we want to do. And the reason why we've traded some of the commercial and residential capacity for strictly employment capacity is to encourage more jobs out in this part of East Portland and to sort of dampen the residential capacity and the retail capacity on 15 acres of
Does that provide some comfort, Karen?
Yeah, because I can tell you that there's a little bit of a push me, pull you on that from our gay neighborhood who opposes what you just said, but a lot of us are looking for economic development. And the kind of economic development we want is not industry and manufacturing in that area. That is an area of single house dwellings, nor do I think we need more single house dwellings. I think that we need more office space and more office kinds of jobs in that area. We want that. And I think what we need are multifamily affordable housing in Park Rose.
And if you look at these, what we call these mixed employment areas, and the way it plays out across the city is, and what we project going forward is about 3/4 of the development in these areas is going to be business parks, flex space,
I saw that.
Class C office space kind of things. It's the lightest of our industrial
Light
employment
industrial.
zones. So you're not getting big smokestacks. They're not very big sites to get big truck terminals, off
So
of
let's make
things.
that really clear when we have communication. And I will try in the groups that I circulate in to give them some understanding about what the facts are about what we are talking about and not the hyperbole.
Right. And that's what
Thank
we've
you.
tried to do in our neighborhood meetings as well.
Don had a comment.
Yeah, quick, just maybe a question. I've talked to Rossi a couple of times, especially when we had our meetings out in Park Rose, and it sounds like his hope is to have more of a mixed-use kind of flexible zoning situation on his land. Is that accurate, Karen?
Yes.
Okay, great. And it looks like that's the direction we're going.
Well, so it's a mix. I mean, the frontage that he has on 122nd stays that mixed-use commercial character.
Good.
On the backside of these properties was, the old zoning was a mix of that mixed-use commercial and residential. And we're saying, take the backside of that and make it more of this business park
That fits.
zoning.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Karen? On E?
Oh, we can go through a number of different map changes, or we can.
Why don't we just keep going
Want to
on
go
E
through?
and
Okay,
finish E?
so we'll finish E.
I do have a quick question for Karen. I thought I heard you in a previous meeting at some point in time saying you were uncomfortable with dispersed employment in East Portland, but I'm hearing the opposite from you now, so I misheard you probably.
You might have. Depends on how much I understood.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest area of concern is that it's the trucking issue that's
Yeah.
it's more of a transport
Okay.
area issue than it is about dispersed employment. It's the impact. It's the impacts. Thanks for asking.
Okay, so just to finish off E, these are a number of small map changes throughout the city that is mainly going to this mixed employment, light industrial use designation. We've gotten various comments on questions on most of these. I think it was the Rossi Farm in the Argay neighborhood was the loudest. Everything else has been just sort of what's going on.
My house is in there, dude.
Better read it closely.
Yeah.
It says investigate.
Rezone it wetland. You gotta rezone it, yeah. I'm all for it.
Yeah. So did you have a question, Mike, or do you understand this? You had a reaction. Okay. Couple in the Northwest Industrial District. This is Montgomery Park, and just sort of, taking that out of the industrial sanctuary, EX, and putting it into the EX. One, EX outside the central city has to either go to mixed-use commercial or, and in these cases, employment, mixed employment. And so, given the character and location of Montgomery Park and this area as a buffer to the industrial sanctuary, we're saying it's better suited to the mixed employment designation rather than a mixed-use designation. This area here fully implements the Northwest District Plan that saw the area, parts of the area north of the freeway off ramp, Vaughn Street ramp, and this pocket in here, transitioning over time to EX zoning, which on our map is the equivalent to the sort of Northwest Portland Town Center area.
Where does this Lily Morton concern fit?
That really gets to this sort of one block transition area between the EX zoning and the industrial sanctuary, rather than have that mixed use development in the town center butt up against the industrial sanctuary. We have this transition zone of the sort of light industrial mixed employment.
So you didn't make a change that they requested?
No.
So I'm going to.
They wanted to go, I believe, right, Steve? They wanted to go EX all the way up to this northern line here.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate here. You know, I worked on the Northwest District Plan a dozen years ago, and the complaint from our industrial neighbors in Neenah was always, well, this is the slippery slope in the beginning of chipping away at the industrial sanctuary. So reassure us why that's not true.
Well, I think we're just truing up what was decided in the Northwest District. In this area here, especially over here underneath the freeway ramps, we've seen case by case people coming in and converting to EX. We're getting that done. And we're ripping the Band-Aid off. And we're drawing a new line.
That line's going to hold firm forever, right?
Until somebody comes back to you in 5 years and says, hey, wait.
Well, that's the slippery slope argument, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, this is where the New York building is, you know, 5-story industrial building. We'll see how successful that is. I mean, that could change the character of the neighborhood and cause for reconsideration. But the new line is here. The pink color is, it's
It's the Mike Hout zone.
So this is the town center, and this is a mixed-use corridor, I believe. This is Thurman and it's neighborhood mixed use along Thurman and Vaughn.
So Tom, that's mixed use on the left there?
This area is mixed use. Yes. It's the existing areas along Thurman and Vaughn Street. They're,
Retail, restaurant, commercial,
yes.
basically conforms with its current use.
Yes. Yeah. The changes here are outlined in yellow. It's Montgomery Park and this little area here. Can we move on?
So are we comfortable with E? Okay,
All right.
let's move it. So we'll go back to C.
Oh, there's more maps if you want to go through. There's like 4 or 5 maps here if you want to quickly go through. This is an area of North Kenton. Again, an EX area that butts up, is that Columbia Boulevard and transitions. And so there's actually a slope here. And so this area here orients more to Columbia Boulevard. And so we've made it mixed employment. The upland portions changed to some sort of mixed-use commercial designation that more fits into the Kenton area. More East Portland. So this is the chunk of Gateway. This is Burnside, between Burnside and Stark, and the freeway, and I'm guessing 112th. 102nd, that goes, again, from EX to mixed employment. And then we looked up and down 82nd Avenue and came up with a few pockets of general commercial land that could be converted to mixed employment. Again, part of this is, you know, this area here is a lot of used car dealerships and low-intensity development, and it sort of begins to reinforce kind of the 2 natural centers that you have. You have Montevilla on the north, and you have the 82nd and Division and PCC campus on the south, and so a little transition area in between there of primarily focusing the employment and excluding the residential. And sort of pushing that residential activity to the two centers. We have another little area, transition area on the south end of 82nd Avenue, where south of here you have more of that mixed employment zoning already. And so again, another little piece here. This is what's known as the Freeway Lands property. Again, EX zoning today, making it mixed employment to tamp down on the residential and retail capacity and keep it focused on employment. And then Hayden Meadows, the shopping center area, again, sort of in between, not really suited to the mixed use designation because of the residential character, so making it the mixed employment character, and mixed employment designation.
Quick question.
Yeah.
In case I decide to pick up golfing, how many golf courses exist in Portland?
I don't know.
Enough?
I don't golf.
Enough?
Enough?
Okay.
Declining national trends say golf is on the downward swing.
Depends on Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
He's old, yeah.
He's old.
He's old. Rose City, yeah.
I have a map question.
Yeah.
Along the river, there's that burned out hotel. Have we done anything with that?
Red Lion?
Yeah.
The old Red Lion?
Right.
Oh, on Hayden Island?
Yeah.
We're not proposing any zone change to
Or
it.
comp plan. I just,
No.
given that it's burned out, I was wondering if we had. Okay.
Isn't that the alignment for the now defunct I-5 bridge?
Time for a break.
So are we good, one more time, are we good with E now that we've finished all the maps?
But we're coming back to this.
TE? Yeah, we're going to go to C, Harborlands.
Yeah.
Harbor access. Yeah, if you want to take a break, how about we take about 5 minutes and then we'll come back and do the last 2 hours.
I just left. At some point, you just got to go.
started.
Overweight regulatory price.
On section, or issue C, harbor access lands capacity.
Yeah, okay, so harbor access land is one of the issues that was hot debate at LCDC, and they had a number of questions or concerns. The way we had previously approached it was to consider it a sub-area of the larger sort of Portland, Columbia Harbor district because of the, as you can see from this map, we're talking about the very thin strips. Oh, sorry. There we go. The very thin strips that have access to the river. So this is where the river-related, river-dependent industrial uses can be, and up at Terminal 6 on the Columbia. So what we've done in this version of the EOA is we've broken that out and looked at that as a separate geography. And this is the one where we have the tightest land supply. Right now, we currently have a small 33-acre deficit. And what we think our strategy going forward is that if you actually look at the forecast for jobs and some of the operations out there, there's some office jobs and there's some lighter industrial warehouse jobs that could move to the upland portion, to the gray portions. And you're actually beginning to see that where a company like Everest Steel is having operations in close proximity, but doesn't need, they can move that stuff through their riverfront site to do what they need to do. So they're expanding their capacity onto sort of upland portions. And so tied up into this is sort of three topics of discussion. I just covered the first one. We can talk about the West Hayden Island proposal, because what we've proposed to do with West Hayden Island drives the rest of the harbor access discussion. So we'll jump into West Hayden Island. The previous proposal was to map it. We went through a number of different mapping options. One was this just sort of future West Hayden Island urban service area. We've gone back to more of a rural farm forest map designation that is equivalent to what is there today. And then we have this policy 641 that provides guidance for the future annexation process that tries to capture your recommendations, the PSC's recommendations that went on to council in terms of the 300-500 acre split and the important issues to address in any future land use decision-making process. What this means, what this designation means is we still have an annexation discussion. We still have a comprehensive plan map discussion to figure out how to map it into the future when it comes in through annexation. And these sub-policies begin to set the policy framework that will guide that discussion. Do you want me to jump to? Well,
I think we will
there.
Jump to poke the bear strategy time with.
So let me.
Not Michelle either.
Let me do one more thing. So passed out today was a supplemental memo, and I guess the important reason why we landed with this neutral map designation and with the policy designation is that we think that is consistent with the metro policy, which is an important benchmark for the comp plan. We have to show metro that we're consistent with their urban growth management functional plan. And we think we can make a plausible argument that we are with this map and policy designation. The memo goes in to say what are the different pieces of Metro. Metro gives us conflicting direction. You know, when it was brought into the UGB, it was brought in as an industrial area. It's designated as a regionally significant industrial area. Some years later, they went through their whole Title 13 natural resource mapping project, said, hey, West Hayden Island is a moderate conservation area, and that there's direction in there to achieve a balance with that between those two designations. And they said, hey, City of Portland, you should cooperate with the Port of Portland and come up with a district plan to achieve that balance. We think we're still, between the map and the policy, we're still on track to do that. We're just not doing it right now.
And so before we jump to West Hayden Island, I want to set some parameters. We're not going to redo the Hayden Island plan or any of that. And so
It took us 2 years.
In 2 years,
What's the problem?
So we have a very few minutes to get on the subject. So I want to have Chris start with, and then we'll get to questions and kind of go from there. So I'm going to start with Chris, because he wants to frame this.
I'm the designated bear poker.
Yeah.
So if we look at the historical context on this, yeah, this was designated industrial before Metro was Metro, right, according to your memo?
Yes.
So, yeah, this has been going
The
on
precursor.
a long, according to the memo, this has been going on a long time.
But there was a regional decision to expand the UGB and bring this in.
And the annexation question has been, I think, addressed here at the city 2 or 3 times. I mean, we did the most recent round, but we've been through this before. And, you know, there's kind of this attempt to divide the baby, right? Half environmental, half industrial. The baby remains, you know, stubbornly whole. And what I'm wondering is if it's not time to just tell the baby it can grow up as an environmental asset for the region, and let go of the idea that we're going to do terminal development here, that, you know, given what we now know about climate change and other things, that having this as a, you know, an undivided asset to contribute to our environmental resilience would be the better use, and is now the time to go work the process to make that happen. So, bear is now poked.
So, short comments.
I like that framing, frankly. And I think it is important for us to have a very clear understanding. Well, first of all, one point of clarification. Title III exempted West Hayden Island from balance, cut, and fill, not from floodplain protection, floodplain ecosystem protection, which is a very critical point that we went through and came to a resolution on. And so it would be helpful, given that we have 113 acres of surplus land based on current calculations, and West Hayden Island is not being counted for industrial land and jobs. Why? Can you explain to the commission? We had a little conversation this morning about it. Why that would, designating it for natural resource protection would be in conflict with Metro?
The Metro functional plan designates it as prime industrial land, and essentially the combination of farm forest zoning and that future policy 6.41 sends a signal of not now, maybe later. We can still say that that's consistent with the regional plan, because the regional plan doesn't say when exactly we have to annex. And right now we are reaching the conclusion that we don't need to do it now based on choosing to aim for the low end of the commodity forecast in the math that produces all this. So if you recall, you have jobs as one driver of the acreage need, and then you have some transportation-related commodity forecasts and railroads and airport-related need. And the combination of those two things leads to the acreage estimate. And so we're choosing the low end, we're choosing to accommodate the low end of the commodity forecast, which we think which allows us to meet that requirement without the acreage, but it doesn't, choosing that low end doesn't exempt us from the Metro functional plan. Now, to be clear, we're not saying you can't do what Chris just said. We're just saying if you did that, you need to go change the functional plan at Metro, we believe. And in the absence of that change, our plan would be inconsistent with Metro's, and we don't think we're permitted to do that.
Then the other confusion that's out there is the county zoning has with it a significant environmental concern overlay over that, right?
Correct, and there was some testimony that we got over the last few days that raised the question of, wait, what happened to the overlay zone? And just to be clear, that what's in front of you is the comprehensive plan map designation, not the zoning map. And the zoning map is where that overlay lies, and we have no proposal to change the overlay at this time.
Catherine?
Can you explain to me, so the county has it zoned, and then does our comp plan zone then overlay on top of the county zone, even though it's not annexed? I guess I'm confused about how that works.
Yeah, it's inside our urban services boundary. So the comprehensive plan addresses everything inside our urban services boundary, whether or not we've annexed it. And if you think about the purpose of the comp plan is to deal with future development of the city. So it's logical that the comp plan would deal with areas that we haven't yet annexed, so that we have a plan for what's supposed to happen when we do annex them. The zoning, in some cases, we have applied city zoning outside city boundaries through an intergovernmental agreement with the county, by which they have ceded that authority to us in those areas that are designated to become the city at some point in the future. Hayden Island is one of those areas where they have ceded the governance of zoning to us, but we have never changed the zoning. It still sits with the county designation until we can agree on a different designation, and we haven't. As Chris pointed out, we've taken a couple attempts at that and not reached a conclusion.
So the question is, on West Hayden Island, is do we want to change the policy to, I guess, be in conflict really with Metro? And that's kind of poking the bear and have that conversation with Metro, or do we
let the bear sleep?
Let the bear sleep.
So wait a minute, okay.
Yeah.
So if we designate it as open space now, can that never be changed? So we don't need it now, it's open space now. When we need it, we have to talk about it again.
Yes, although we're not permitted to, our understanding is we're not permitted to put a comprehensive plan map designation on the ground that's in direct conflict with the regional plan. And so that would be a situation where doing the entirety of it as open space would be, we believe, in conflict with the regional plan. So we can leave it in farm forest because that's what it is essentially today. But we don't believe that you can change it to something else that is in conflict with the farm forest is a rural zone, and so it sort of was the pre-existing designation when it got brought into the UGB. So maintaining that is okay, but moving it to something that doesn't include any industry is potentially an issue with the regional plan. And Metro is the arbitrator of this, so we would have to go ask them for their permission to do that, we believe.
So if they didn't agree to it, we'd be setting up a legal challenge to the document that would sort of delay the comp plan effectiveness, right?
Potentially,
Okay. They would send it back to us.
Again.
So I think what I'm suggesting is we ought to ask staff to go ask Metro. We should tee up the conversation.
What is the proposal before us in real words? Okay, in real English. What are we trying to decide here?
What
conclusion shall we come to?
Okay, so Chris is asking that we consider changing, well, one, the change to not be farm and forest, but to be open space. And that would be in direct conflict, we believe, staff believes, with Metro, and we would have to have a discussion with Metro on that. Or
You'd have to have a discussion, and they'd have to take action.
they'd have to take action. Or I guess we stick with the proposal as it is today. I still, and I would add, we could stick with what we have today and still ask staff to go have that conversation, because we're going to come back to these in the very end, and if we find something else, we still could reconsider our discussion as we have.
Just
Will,
to be
if
clear,
anything.
the conversation is a formal process of requesting an amendment to the regional plan. It's not something we can do in a few months.
Oh, okay.
It's a multi-year process.
Delete that. I
So
guess
Tom, what do you
either
think?
we stick with this or we make a formal request to Metro. Yes, Karen.
So I also have an additional question because I think it's also in conflict with city council. So I don't think it's just in conflict with the regional, with Metro and the regional plan. It seems like city council has kind of designated this 300, 500.
They
So
have.
I guess, right?
Yes.
So the question I would have is, so you're saying that, are you suggesting that this commission say that we also, okay, Chris, are you also saying that this commission say, we're just going to be in conflict with you, city council, and we're just going to designate this open space?
Well, I mean, we don't have any final authority. We make recommendations to city council.
Right.
So city council asked us to prepare a plan for what to do with 300, 500. We did that, sent it to them, and they chose not to act on it.
In fact, that does raise a point.
Right.
At some point, I actually wouldn't mind asking city council to step up
Right.
and actually show some leadership and adopt the recommendation that we gave them.
I mean,
That's been a big sticking point. We did a lot of work, and it's just sitting there because they refused to act on it.
So this is just, let's get back kind of the question at hand. Do we want to go down that path, or do we just leave it as is and kind of move on? And I'm not. My view is let's leave it. It's certainly with some concerns about. I think we did a lot of work, and if we can figure out how to put that in, but at the end of the day, I think this is a policy that there's a lot of hurdles in front of us, and I don't know if this is where we want to die on the stake here. Yeah, Don?
I agree with that. I'd leave it the way it is, because it was never annexed.
Yeah.
Council can't really change things here. It's not part of the city of Portland.
Yeah.
So I would leave the situation the way it is my feeling.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Maggie?
I just have because I wasn't here when you guys went through this whole process. I just have a quick point of context, a question of context. Where is the Hayden manufactured home community located in that area? Is it?
That's East Hayden Island.
It's East Hayden Island. Okay.
Just next to it.
Okay.
Here's a see on the map. There it is. There they are.
Right there.
So we're talking about the white space up
The
there.
white space. So
Do you want to vote?
one more comment,
Yeah.
Mike. and
Well,
then-
no, if Chris made a motion, I'd second and I'd vote for it, just to take it off altogether. I don't think that's going to happen. I think I know what Metro's response would be. At a minimum, I still think, and I know that legal counsel doesn't agree with this, that the package, the IGA we came up with, should be appended to this. That's my second choice. At a minimum, I think we should lay out, and I've listed the habitats, we should list the habitats that would be required to be mitigated should annexation occur and should development proceed.
Can we add
Which
the
is
habitats?
not a heavy lift. It's and it doesn't specify acres, just the habitat types, including floodplain.
Listing your habitat types, I think, is within the range of what a policy might do. So that's
I'm
something
just
that
saying,
Okay.
these are the habitats
Okay.
that need to be
So
mitigated.
we can actually list the habitats.
And I've
We
listed
can do
them.
that. Okay. So, Gary, we got to move on here.
Yeah.
So,
I would like us to have I would like staff to have the conversation with Metro to really find out what exactly are the process implications and what would happen there.
about the process, not about moving forward.
Well, yes, how do we go about asking the question, what happens if we remove West Hayden Island completely from the plan. What are the process implications? What are the outcome implications? So that we're making a decision with knowledge of that.
Okay, so
So we've had initial conversations on that, and we can clarify that, and we'll come back at one of these meetings and tell you what the process is.
okay, so are we comfortable with what we have, and then we'll add policy in habitat?
If you're going to add that, I just think there's still going to be an impact I would assume an impact to the East Hayden Island still. So I really want to add in a component about environmental justice issues in the communities that are impacted, whether that's hazardous waste, whether that's congestion or flooding. So just to evaluate that if you are appending something on habitat preservation.
Is the third bullet of amendments in the staff report, does that get at your issue?
They did it.
It's there.
On
Okay,
page
good.
14?
Oh, thank you. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
It's up there.
The question really is, can you take, the 100 pages we came up with and distill them to 4 bullets? And I think, Mike has suggested we need to expand habitat. I'd like to expand all the bullets to a few paragraphs each and try and capture more of what we recommended.
So let me just caution a little bit here. We've had hundreds of issues come before you in the past few years. This one was a really big one, and we're putting in a lot of detail here. In a whole lot of other areas that are just as important, we're not putting in that kind of detail. And so I know people are passionate about this, but I want to make sure that the way this document is used in the future is you all aren't here. Well, maybe some of you are here, but you aren't sitting here, hopefully. And, it's a balancing act at that point. And if this issue has way more detail than something else, you put that into your decision-making in terms of how much detail you want on different parts. That's all. That would be my advice.
Right, but we spent 2 years processing this and developed a lot of policy, and I'd like to see a little bit more of that policy memorialized in the comp plan.
Right. And
We're down to a few sentences.
Yeah, okay. Let's have staff look at what they add, and this will come back to us, and we can take a look at what's there, and if we need to, we can pare it down. But with the idea that it be at a minimalist kind of, not pages, but bullet points. Are we comfortable with that? So we don't have to take a vote. Huh? All right, let's move on.
Okay. So as Eric said, knowing that that was the direction we were heading with West Hayden Island, when we looked at harbor access lands in the EOA, we essentially right-sized the forecast to be the low end of the commodity forecast. So that dropped it to, I believe, 110 acres of future, from 390 acres to 150 acres of marine terminal capacity. And that's sort of just looking at the range of cargo forecasts and looking at what's available, and we don't even have enough available in the harbor access lands to cover all of that from the get-go. So again, the key point in the EOA was picking this low end of the forecast. We believe it's within the city's purview to pick the point in the forecast, especially when this is not something that Metro addresses, and we've tried to get them to address these needs in their forecasts. They don't, so it falls to us to do that. And so that's what we've done, and I explained earlier, we'll look at the shortfall, we'll pick up some gains from transportation and infrastructure investments when we rerun the analysis. It's probably not going to be 33 acres, and anything else with that, we'll look at shifting jobs to other industrial areas.
And just to comment about the low commodity forecast, selecting that, you know, there is no truth about the future. All of these numbers are forecasts, and usually the forecasts have a range. And often we pick the middle because it's easier to describe. In this case, essentially what we're doing is saying that we have some intentionality about the direction our economy is going, and so we're choosing a point on that forecast that's still within the range of possible futures that we've predicted. And there will be, of course, debate about that, but I think that, as Tom said, we have the ability to choose that direction. It's something Metro does frequently when they debate the UGB in terms of where exactly on the forecast they're going to accommodate. And so that's essentially a political decision, we believe.
All right. Let's start Michelle, Karen,
So
or
do-
Catherine. Go ahead.
Do we have a sense of where that choice puts us in terms of income distribution?
So it's essentially saying for now, we're foregoing opportunity in growing the marine cargo sector, but we're accommodating what would be those marine cargo jobs in other industrial sectors. So
Your mic.
So in terms of the job equity picture, they're still industrial jobs. They're just not on the docks. They're in other businesses in the industrial area.
So are they AA or high school degree jobs, or are they now bachelor's degree jobs? They're still, okay.
Still.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Catherine.
Do we have any kind of historical data that backs up where we kind of end up falling in our forecasts
In terms of
in
the
that range?
medium to low
Yeah.
commodity forecasts?
Mhm.
If you look at the trends and the reports from the port, since the Columbia Channel has been deepened to 43 feet, we've seen a lot more investment in port facilities up and down the river. And that they would argue that the demand is there for picking a higher point in the forecast. But we don't see a way of picking that mid-range point of the forecast without West Hayden Island
Right.
coming in and actually mapping industrial designations on there.
Other questions? Mike?
Just a quick one, going back to Hayden Island, just have something highlighted here. BES, I see they're in the room, requested that there be direction regarding net ecological improvement, and that looks like that's a staff recommendation to do that. Is that correct?
That was the fourth
Without-
bullet.
Without specifying regulations or thing. Okay.
Right.
Other questions? I think we're good.
Okay, moving on. This should be a quick issue, this is more for explanation. So the other key piece of the industrial land strategy was, two key pieces were around intensification and brownfield redevelopment. Just some numbers for you. So within respect to intensification is what we've said is we're assuming that 15% of the new job growth will go into existing businesses and development sites. So a fairly conservative number for growing our existing businesses. And to that, we've identified a number of what we call strategic freight investments in the freight system that are part of the TSP, and making sure that those projects land on the, what's the right term, financially constrained list or priority list, as a way of supporting the growth of those businesses by improving the freight system to serve them. The other piece is around brownfield redevelopment. The background studies that we've seen suggest that without just business as usual, we would redevelop about 40% of those brownfields. We have proposed a new policies and aggressive program to boost that rate to 60%. That gets us about 124 acres, along with continued leadership in solving the Portland Harbor Superfund and getting that moving along in the next 20 years can bring a lot of that brownfield redevelopment back online. The supplemental memo today has a little bit on brownfields in terms of moving the needle from 40% to 60% is essentially a $100 million project over the next 20 years. We're currently aggressively working down in the legislature to get money for Business Oregon and try and establish new tax credits to make that happen. Our previous brownfield assessment shows that about 80% of the new tax revenue from brownfield projects is in the form of income tax that goes to the state. So they should be helped paying to get that back online. But even at 20%, that's $20 million. That's $1 million a year the city should be investing in brownfields. And that's sort of the kind of commitment that's going to have to back up this policy outline. And this is one of the things that, in our 6-year cycle with this EOA, this is sort of one of the areas that we'll track our progress, our performance on is, are we seeing that increased brownfield rate? Are we getting those programs and incentives online? How are we performing so that, when we redo this analysis with the next job forecast, we can prove up these assumptions.
Gary?
Yeah, Tom, I really like the approach on brownfields. One of the questions I had, though, and this comes back from my experience in public health, there are brownfields and there are brownfields. To what degree have our brownfields been well characterized?
We did a pretty good job with our brownfield assessment to sort of get the degree of contamination or brownness to it, and did a really good evaluation that shows that with a good program, 60% is an achievable target. Getting above there, 60%, 100, getting that 20% from 40 to 60, $100 million, going from 60 to 80 or above is another $100 million. I mean, it's a bigger, you're left with the dirtiest properties, the biggest undertaking.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, just a point of information. I noticed channel deepening was on there, and I'm thinking through their Superfund. Channel deepening obviously has huge implications for what's in the sediments. Just curious.
I think it's the Columbia's been deepened,
right?
And you bring it up the port, and how you balance that with Superfund, and whether you cap or remove or what you do with that. It's part of the equation on how you clean up the harbor.
It's in there because it's going to be a question when you look at the, essentially the project list associated with this comprehensive plan. We're putting a lot more emphasis on better utilizing the existing harbor, which means we're going to have to invest in that and maintain that. And it's going to be a discussion, but it's an implication of doing that.
So the Columbia got deep into 43 feet. How deep are you talking about going on the Willamette?
43. I believe it's 43.
Is it the same? Okay.
Probably the same.
I'm not an expert on that. That might be a follow-up
wondered if
question
the
that we want
ships
to
could turn.
wrap in.
I'm just curious. It just seemed like
I think there's a, go ahead, Don.
I'm kind of looking at the simple math, 100 million for 124 acres, right? To kind of do the basic environmental cleanup. And I'm assuming that that's going to take subsidy. And when you talk, Tom, about the state programs, those are subsidies for these sites. And it leads me to want to reinforce the point Gary made about kind of degree of brownness. I'm sure there could be a process where you go in and prioritize the acreages that are contaminated and which acreages would take less mitigation and could come on maybe faster because they're not as expensive. I think that would be an important point kind of moving forward on this.
Yeah, I think, obviously we haven't gotten too far into that, but that part of that would be the market would decide, because these incentives are only a sort of close the feasibility gap. It's not the whole
It's a big gap.
thing.
Yeah.
It is a big gap, and it would largely depend on location and owner
Right.
and sort of the cleanup costs involved and the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Chris?
I just want to reinforce that we heard a lot about brownfields during the hearing part of the process, and I want to appreciate staff for responding to that and add my full support to this policy.
Yeah. I just, oh, go ahead.
Just off the top of my head, I don't know if there's any way to sort of incorporate some sort of program that, as a policy, that would help people figure out their insurance coverage. But in terms of
That's part of,
getting other
that's
people to
one of
pay
the
for it?
strategies is
Okay.
to go back and look at the historic insurance recovery and help owners track down those old insurance companies and policies and
for
get
money
them.
that's not in Portland right now.
Right, yes. Yeah, that is one of the strategies
Yeah.
to boost that rate.
It seems to me this is, Chris, you're right. We heard a lot of discussion, a lot of people saying we ought to redo brownfields. But we ought to be very sober about this endeavor. We're saying we're going to come up with $100 million to do this work. That requires a legislator or a legislative process to get it done, and we got to get it done pretty quickly, and that's going to take a bunch of partners. It also has implications for freight and our freight investment that the city of Portland has to put in. And so when we get to the TSP, we've already made some decisions when we say yes to this about our freight decisions that we have in front of us. And again, it's going to take money. The roads don't build themselves. And lastly, it's going to take leadership. And we have about 6 years, Tom, maybe something in there to kind of get off the ground and get going, or we've got to, and this is, we got to rethink our process because we have a big miss if we don't, because of the amount of land we have invested in brownfields. So this is not, when we talk to council about this, this is not a recommendation. This is a have to do. I mean, they have to make the investment. We have to work with the legislator, and we got to get a bunch of partners to go down and say, you have to do this. You have to make the regulatory changes, because otherwise we have a big miss in land, and that's a big miss in jobs and part of our equity policy, and it connects to a lot. So I'm fully supportive, but I also am pretty sober about this is a huge lift in this plan, and it's connected to a lot.
Well, leadership includes Metro.
Yes.
To be part of that process.
Well, it's a lot of people. Yeah, yeah. Don?
Yeah, I'm sober also, which I'm supposed to be at this meeting. But on this particular issue, because when we start talking about cleanup costs of $900,000 an acre, ballpark, really the value of the land is probably $200 an acre once it's cleaned up. Ballpark, $5 a foot, $6. So it's a hard sell when you go to Metro or you go to the legislature.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's a tough gap to close, Andre.
Yeah, and you got to make the investment just to have the opportunity.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you got to make the freight, and you've got to make the land, and you got to get the regulatory, just to have the opportunity to have the conversation.
Well, but I think that the best way to argue it is on location. Where else?
Yeah.
Where else? In our municipality, where else in the whole Columbia and Willamette watershed should this go? It should go here.
Here, yeah, yeah.
Okay?
So, yeah.
So if we're done with that, I think we can transition to the policy consent list, and we'll have Steve and Roberta come up.
Jesus.
And we can, there's
the Mike House list.
There was a little bit on campus institutions. Not much there. There is one map change to include the Markham Hill area in the campus institution map designation, but retain their EX and zoning and plan district.
So they've made that decision.
We met with them and they were amenable to that, so that's what we're proposing, to make that map change
Okay.
designation, just to make it clear that, yes, they are a campus institution.
Okay, great.
Okay. So we're okay with that, guys? Yep. Okay. Consent list. So would it be easier saying which ones are not on the list? Which ones are on the consent list and
That's when you know it's big.
Are really on the consent list?
Yeah.
yeah.
How much consent? Yeah. Okay. Full consent?
So maybe we can just go through the process, and if anyone wants to pull it, just
Well,
raise your
we
hand.
should just go down each one because we've got so many. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure where you guys want to start.
so let's just start. We've got 38. Let's just start with number 1. Anybody have any issues?
Why don't you call out the numbers so we.
Number 1,
Which
goal
policy?
7B.
Okay, that's,
That's the next
we can start with chapter 6 or chapter 7.
Oh, what do you? So,
The back of the chapter 6 staff report.
Page
starting-
26.
Had a few, I
okay.
think we addressed the questions that we had seen before in emails that centered around.
Okay. So, policy 6.13, land efficiency. I thought we addressed that.
What page are you on?
Is that where you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the page number?
Anything on
26.
those 2 pages people want to talk about.
Yeah.
Is there anything on those 2 pages? Policy 6.17A. We've talked about that. Policy 6.39, industrial brownfield redevelopment. We just talked about that. Airport futures plan policies,
What page are you on? I'm getting lost here.
number 26.
Got it. I'm found.
So airport futures plan policy. Are we okay with the airport futures plan policy? Add 6.34, innovation district. We're okay. Add 6.43, Columbia East. Add 6.64, non-conforming neighborhood business uses.
Yeah.
Policy 6.20, corporate headquarters.
Are you on chapter 6?
Yeah, page 27.
All right, thank you.
So quickly on this one, I remember this from the Northwest District Plan and arguing about whether ESCO could put a corporate headquarters on the north side of Lawn and whether they could rent out some floors of that to other tenants versus their own use. And how does this fit in the whole idea of really tightening down things that chip away at the industrial land?
So there are several existing headquarters that are part of industrial facilities that are allowed. This addresses the potential for new corporate headquarters on campuses that are different than a college or medical campus, and locating them on sites around the city. So it provides
This
some
does not
flexibility.
touch industrial land policy.
It's right, that's
Okay,
correct.
then
It's
I
looking
withdraw the question.
citywide at potential for creating new corporate headquarters.
Okay.
Steve,
Quick question.
Steve, can you provide an example of an urban corporate headquarters?
Adidas,
Yeah,
that
that's a
moved
good one.
into the former
Sure, the old
Kaiser facility.
Yeah, good.
Just jump back for 1 second with the 6.64. Is that what we were hearing about before about possibly changing the standards for non-conforming use, continuation and all that? That's what we heard about at the last meeting?
BDS established this request to look at what is the policy for non-conforming businesses in many of the corridors. So this says for the civic corridors, the policy, it sets a direction for the policy to not
displace existing neighborhood businesses, but instead look at reducing neighborhood impacts, residential impacts.
Thank you.
Add 6.23 traded sector land supply.
Can you guys clarify that one? What's changing?
Sure, it's additional direction that allows for map flexibility if, for example, West Hayden Island is not looked at. It establishes map direction for looking at traded sector land supply as a policy direction that does not apply to a particular area of the map. Right now, it's kind of assumed in the traded sector section. There are a series of policies that address traded sector growth, but there's no specific policy on land use.
Okay.
We're good. Policy 6.65, involuntary commercial displacement.
That makes sense.
We're good? That makes sense. So we're done with section 6.
Good. Great.
All right.
So,
Chapter 7?
yes.
And
Now-
should we just walk through those
We
one
can
at a
walk
time?
through, one way we could do this, if you like, is we've received emails from Commissioners Rudd, Hauk, and Talmadge asking to pull certain of them out for discussion. And so Julie sent out a matrix yesterday, which I'm not sure all of you have, that identifies those. But if you like, unless, if we could hone in on those first, or we could go, to each. It's up to you.
I've got the list. It's almost the other list.
Well, a number of these, as we mentioned, Commissioner Hauk had just requested, he actually supported, but wanted to comment or ask for clarification. We weren't going to discuss those, so it's sort of a subset of the
So
matrix.
why don't you go through your list then if it's
And then we can
smaller.
circle back for ones if folks want. Okay, so working off the table, though, that everybody has, right?
Yeah.
The chapter 7. Okay, so item number 2, intro, 5th bullet on page GP 7.1. Is everybody with me?
Yep.
It calls for adding natural resources to sequester carbon to a goal related to identifying intention around climate change. And Commissioner Talmadge asked for to discuss that.
I actually have the document in front of me, or
This one?
you want the top one? Oh, it wasn't specifically on, I think it was on the intro rather than that bullet specifically.
Okay, would you like to describe what you?
My concern with the introduction was it, oh, sorry. So my concern, pretty much with all of the points that I flagged, is a perpetuation of separating natural environment from the environmental justice issues impacting communities of color. And it's still really hard for me to silo those two. I know we created a new policy on environmental justice, but I don't think it's strong. I think we're continuing a really historic divide, which divides investment and divides communities. There was an introductory paragraph, and I saw no mention to the impact or the significance of the land to not only indigenous people that were here, but many cultures that rely, that their cultures and their history are very tied to land. And it was just, there was
too much of a disconnect for me, and it was dehumanizing that chapter. So that's the case around most of my points, as well as recognizing the need to remediate not as a result of just climate change, but the human behaviors that caused that climate change.
So if I could suggest, one of the things that was really helpful about Mike coming in earlier today was we could kind of go through that. So maybe we could do that with you and then do that. And if there's still other issues, we can bring it back at another meeting. Does that work? Yes. Okay, because I think in general we can talk through here, but I think there'll be general support for that idea. There's, again, the balance of how much do you put in every single bullet, or do you put it in one place? And so we can talk through that.
And you're really talking about the introduction, correct? Or I mean, because
Actually, most of my points were related to that.
to introduction. So I would support something in the introduction which kind of lays out the practice, and so yeah, I guess go on. Mike?
Yeah, just quickly, don't dispute anything Maggie said. I absolutely agree with her, but I'll just mention that as we go through this process, that as I mentioned at the beginning of the information session here, I guess, is that there are actions, there are investments that need to be taken purely for ecological reasons without regard to who they, I mean, we all benefit from them, we know that, but the fact of the matter is there's work that needs to be done out there that's human aside. And I don't know whether you're comfortable with that or not, but that's my perspective. And that somehow we need to address, it's not either or, we need to address both issues.
Okay. Moving on to number 3. Commissioner Houck wanted to flag that for discussion. It relates to the section heading on GP7, page 7, which is the heading for the section called Planning for Natural Resource Protection, and lays out guidance for protecting air quality, environmental quality, climate action, biodiversity, and protecting natural resources, natural resource inventory, et cetera, et cetera. Mike, you wanted to raise issues around that?
I'm honestly not sure what you just said.
So number 3.
Yeah, I know it's number 3.
Here.
Are you just calling out the language as you got?
Yeah, what I'm calling out is.
Okay, thank you. I just couldn't quite hear
It,
what you were.
yeah,
Thank you.
it's basically changes to the narrative and changes to the title, and Mike had issues around some of the language changes.
Okay.
Is your concern protection? The word protection is deleted?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a concern throughout. I actually, in our conversation, thinking about places where natural resource plans, I think was the terminology, and regulations. Yeah. One of the concerns I had was that by removing protection, you're basically throwing out the concept of having regulations as one of the tools. That was the major concern. And personally, I prefer to leave the word protection in the heading and go along with the language that staff has proposed as far as environmental. What's the exact language?
Yes, in this initial piece, and then in 2 of the policies, one of the proposals was to change the term environmental protection program, which we received some questions about what does that mean, et cetera, to environmental plans and regulations, which is clearer direction for
Right.
The development of plans and
And
regulations.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so you're fine
With that, what's being proposed.
so and the change in the title you're proposing?
Well, I would prefer that protection in the overall title
So,
would.
is that
Leave the
okay?
leave the title.
I hope we don't actually evolve to where we seem to be, where we're counting up the number of places the word protection shows up or not, and get into that balancing conversation.
I would leave, I favor leaving the word protection in here.
All right. Everybody else? Okay. So the title will stay protection. The other changes will be as noted here.
And is there going to be an effort do we need to define? Is there a definition issue here?
You mean like a glossary?
There is a term protect, and a number of questions have been raised around that and some other verbs. We do intend to go back and revisit the definition for protect and several other
Like
verbs.
encourage, same thing. Yeah.
Encourage, prevent, and
Okay.
yeah. So the next proposed revision, number 5, where we're proposing, we're back to the intro actually. Commissioner Talmadge wanted discussion of a change to add climate-related plans and parks plans to the types of plans that would need to be considered and coordinated with as we move forward with the chapter. And I think it relates to the same issue that you talked about before. So, and considering equity-related policies. So we'll visit about that.
Yeah, that's good.
The next one was number 7. This change involves proposing to actually reorder the chapter. We'd like to lead the chapter out with the section entitled Improving Environmental Quality and Preventing Degradation. This section has overarching policies and sets the stage for the city's intent to improve the environment over time, and would be followed then by the sections that provide guidance for developing environmental plans and regulations and reviewing development proposals. We feel like that will clarify the city's intent to improve conditions. That was a critique that we got on this draft. And we also want to move 3 of the policies from the first section, policies 7.1, 2, and 3, relating to environmental quality, climate action, and what was the third one? Biodiversity, to that overarching section. And then the remaining section would be specifically providing guidance for environmental plans. And let's see. Commissioner Rudd wanted to
My
flag that
comment's
issue.
actually on the policy 7.1, not the intro.
Okay.
7.1.
Would you like to talk about that? Because we didn't.
Do you want to jump to it?
Sure.
Okay. So the
'Cause they're there.
policy 7.1 is the protect air, water, and soil quality and associated benefits to public and ecological health and safety. And when we talked about the protect, one of the protect examples in the context of the industrial sanctuary, we had a list of examples like limit, comp plan amendments, offset, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to see that sort of some examples here as well. I think it helps clarify that. And I think it'll also be clarified when you go back and work some on the definition of protect, that we're using in a way that includes limiting impact.
So you'd like some examples?
Right. So examples of different policies you might use. And my example would be if you go back and you look at that policy in Chapter 6 that says we're going to protect industrial land, and then it says limit quasi-judicial amendments, offset impacts on these lands, that sort of explanation.
Good. Okay, the next item is number 8. That relates to policies 7.6 and 7.7. They are currently called environmental protection programs and environmental protection program updates. We would like to consolidate those two to improve readability and reduce redundancy. We've provided some suggested language for that. You'll note that there is an addition of the term cumulative impacts in that policy. That was in response to comments, and as well as a number of other changes. And Commissioners Rudd, Hauk, and Talmadge wanted to flag this for discussion. I think Commissioner Hauk was, again, talking about the term protection and removing the term protection. Commissioner Talmadge was interested in noting the relationship to communities of color, and in fact, this policy does call for evaluation of impacts on underserved and underrepresented communities, which would include communities of color.
I lost that page, so I don't
don't know what
7.7.
I know, I lost the page out of my consent list, so I don't even know what my comments were.
You're now consenting.
Well, that's what you said. You said you'd like there to
They
be
were
a
good.
reference
That's
to
the default.
The first page I lost.
Yeah, yeah.
So the comments then are Mike's and Michelle's?
Then I would just like to see it after you've got it with the cumulative impacts language built into it, so we can just see how it flows.
Sure.
And then Mike,
I'm cool.
you're good? Okay.
All right.
See how compliant we are?
Okay. Number 9 is policy 7.8, which is called land acquisition priorities and coordination. We heard from a number of parties on this. We're proposing to simplify this policy and also to add the word coordinated, that the acquisition program needs to be a coordinated program. That refers to concerns that the city ought to be, as you were discussing before, looking at how land acquisition does affect other land uses, industrial land supply. Commissioner Talmadge suggested that there'd be balance with housing. That's where there would be a balancing. Policies need to be balanced per the comp plan, but if there's a good process for coordinating land acquisitions and at least assessing those impacts, we feel like that could be addressed. And Commissioner Houck, you had some questions.
Well, I didn't flag it. I just said I was concerned that this not be interpreted, which has occurred in the past where we were at Metro, as a matter of fact, on the cusp of some pretty significant fish and wildlife habitat regulations region-wide, and it was determined at that point that no, we wouldn't go that route, or we'd certainly modify it, and that we just go buy everything that we need to protect, when the reality is we worked our butts off for, in 2 different occasions to raise bond money, which successfully acquired 16,000 acres, which is great. But there's never enough money to protect that landscape. So it's a great tool, something we need to incorporate along with other programs. And I just didn't want it to get spun in the comp plan to say, well, we're just going to go buy whatever we need to protect. That's all. It was just raising that flag.
Okay.
And I'm comfortable with the conversation we have with staff.
Right.
I think we're good.
Okay. Policy, or number 10, revision number 10. This policy is in the section that provides policy guidance for review of new development proposals. It establishes and maintains a hierarchy the city already abides by, which is when looking at potential impacts on significant natural resources. The first priority is to avoid where practicable, and then to minimize and finally mitigate impacts. The proposed change is to add the term maintain regulations to do that. It's a clarification. And let's see, we had requests to discuss by Commissioners Rudd, Houck, and Talmadge.
There seems to be a pattern here.
Yeah.
I didn't mark that one, actually,
Let's see.
from what I can tell.
Michelle?
Okay, I think the discussion would be whether or not to insert the fully. I don't know if we need the fully mitigate there. I don't know if we'll always be able to fully mitigate the impacts, and we may still decide to go forward with something. I think you want the fully
Right.
there. So,
Which is consistent with, if we're going to improve the environment over time, if you don't fully mitigate, if in every case we lose 10% of whatever we had, you're not going to achieve, if that truly is our objective, you're not going to achieve that objective if you don't fully mitigate.
is there a way to clarify that you don't have to fully mitigate on site, or is that too much detail at this level?
The hierarchy allows that flexibility. I mean, that's the first preference, first priority, on-site, in-kind, and then you move through that hierarchy. So there.
As long as that stays in there.
That's the next policy. We'll
Right.
talk about the hierarchy. But yes, actually this comp plan will make it clearer that there's an anticipation that while the preference is for on-site and like-for-like mitigation, and will establish some preference for within city limits or service area, that there may be options to go outside the off-site and also outside those areas, and that's actually a discussion. So we were thinking that, well, you could put fully mitigate in this policy. You could also establish a definition for mitigation that talks about the full compensation for impacts on resources and functions. The zoning code currently calls for full compensation of, impacts on resources and functions. So it's sort of there currently in the code, but isn't specified in the comp plan.
And I fully support your concern. What I want to avoid again is that the typical reaction to mitigation historically has been, oh, well, there's cheaper land outside the city. What about out in Gresham or Eugene or whatever? And we want the impacts to be mitigated as close to the source as possible from an equity perspective. You start big mitigation banks, which I actually support. When they're used appropriately, you tend to take resources out of one section of the city and put them somewhere else, which is problematic ecologically and socially.
So that makes sense to me. Just sort of reach back to the economic development part of it again. That leaves me back to that strive to offset language. And I'd like to see something more comparable to that approach with the industrial land as well. Like, no, you will actually go out and figure out how you're going to help us, remediate brownfields or something if you're going to take this out of play for jobs. So
I think we're good.
Yep.
Do you have a direction?
We can do that. Does anybody else want us to strengthen that policy? I thought we already had that discussion.
yeah,
Yeah.
I see parallels there. That's all.
No, I mean, are we good with what you proposed?
I'm good. You good?
You good? Yeah.
We're good.
We're good.
So number 11, mitigation effectiveness. Mike was alluding to concerns raised around this. This policy deals with providing guidance for mitigation, and the concerns that we've heard is that while it adds new language identifying the preference for within the city urban service area and the same watershed within the city urban service area, it would, as drafted, remove the hierarchy, the locational and type of resource hierarchy that's in the current comp plan today, which is on-site first, then off-site, and like for like type of resources, and then not like for like. So, if you all are comfortable with it, it is not a problem to reinstate and weave that hierarchy into that policy. We would like to retain the language that relates to the city urban service area and the same watershed within that service area. There has been a request from Audubon, and I think your initial comments, Commissioner Houck, that it limit all mitigation to areas within the city limits and the same watershed, and we would like to, we have concerns about that. We think there are potentially unintended consequences to limiting all mitigation to within city limits. Government Island, where you all agreed to have grassland-related mitigation during airport futures, is outside city limits, wouldn't have been allowed. West Hayden Island is in the urban service area, and if it were limited to city limits, it wouldn't be allowed. The city is supporting and working with Gresham on a wetland mitigation bank in the headwaters of the Columbia Slough watershed, but just outside the city. That might be an opportunity to provide more effective mitigation and provide more certainty to development at the same time. So we'd like to suggest that the Commission not move forward with that part of the recommendation, and that we work with the Bureau of Environmental Services and Commissioner Houck and Audubon, and come up with some draft language that hopefully we can come to consensus on that piece in the next round.
I'm good.
That makes perfect sense not to limit it. When you look at the geography around Portland, it makes sense to go beyond our boundaries in a number of locations. So
Yeah, I
I'm in
think
favor.
we would want to add, we would want to make it clear that the preference, it needs to be proximate. One of the concerns is sometimes the city gets a push from not only folks within the city, but outside the city, saying, why don't we just take those resources and move it up to the coast fork of the Willamette or the Mackenzie River or Wilsonville, that we can
Exactly.
get better bang
There
for
you
the
go.
buck outside the
Well, isn't
metro
it-
area, and that's,
Yeah,
you don't want to
And Roberta,
go
as an
there.
example, Johnson Creek flows into Portland and then out of Portland, into Milwaukee, and then into the Willamette River.
Right.
So, you can't limit yourself to city
Well,
limits.
the key there was you said Johnson Creek, which is at the watershed scale, and ideally would be in that watershed, preferably within the city, but potentially
There could
at
be
the mouth in
there could
Milwaukee.
be exceptions,
Yeah.
Mike, where it makes sense.
Right, so I'm happy with working on the language as long as we don't lose the preferences for as near as possible to the site of impact, understanding there will be circumstances when it makes more sense to do it somewhere else. But that's not the first move.
Howard?
Yeah, I was just going to take a broader brush and say that I really like the word require. First time I've come across this in following the notes, that we're really being emphatic. Words matter. We said that from the very beginning, and this changes the word encourage to require. And I hope that's the kind of statement we make through the whole plan, that we're making some pretty strong statements and we really mean them. So I like the word require in this recommendation.
Right. So I think we're in agreement.
Okay. Next one flagged for discussion is number 15.
15?
Number 15 revision. And so this one,
It's one of your favorites.
this one, there's three policies in this chapter relating to air quality, water quality, and natural hazards, where there's a phrase at the end that says especially, in service to underserved and underrepresented communities. There's several policies where that kind of phrase could have been also tacked on. Our proposal is both to clarify that those policies are intended to apply, equitably throughout Portland and for all Portlanders, to actually take that phrase out and create a separate policy in the same section that elevates the role of, the intent to reduce disparities and disproportionate impacts on underserved and underrepresented communities, and can highlight, instances relating to water quality, air quality, climate, climate impacts, brownfields potentially, which is something else you raised, rather than just adding it as a phrase either to every policy or to just several policies, and that's the proposal.
My only fear is having one policy on this. I think this is underserved communities and communities of color are disparately impacted. Well, I mean, we can agree on that. They're disparately impacted. It's historical. And I just really want a really strong emphasis on this rather than just a policy. I don't want it to be missed. So that is my fear, is that if we just put it into one policy and it's siloed to the environmental justice policy, it won't be noticed. Those are just my concerns.
A thought on that is that we have some similar language in housing and transportation and all the different sections. And I think ensuring that we have that kind of language in each one of the major sections is really important. I do think it gets redundant if it's after every single one and then we forget one, then it's like, well, didn't it mean it for that one? So I guess my main concern is that we include it in each one of the major sections of the overall document, not just in this area, if that works. Oh, and I think we have that now.
Catherine?
For what it's worth, I absolutely support what Susan's saying. I think you risk, if you don't have it as the last line in every single policy, then you risk de-emphasizing it in some, and you're better off having it as a policy point, as a header, to really emphasize this is meant throughout every single policy in this chapter. And I think that's stronger, personally.
I will weigh in with you. I had the same concern because I thought it kind of watered it down. But I guess in my understanding in our conversation when we had, this was a way to make sure that the communities of color, underserved communities are considered as part of the overall policy and is part of the consideration in no matter what you're doing in Chapter 7. So it was a way to highlight that. And if that's still the case, I'm supportive because I want to make sure that they're not lost and that policy is part of the consideration of whatever you're doing and you're looking at Chapter 7 to figure that out, that policy is integral to your consideration and evaluation. And as long as the language drives us to that point, I'm comfortable, because otherwise I kind of get to, you go through every page and book and you put it in.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are more likely to see it, frankly, than if it's a tagline
Yeah.
on several policies, and I'm concerned about missing one, and I
No, I
look
agree.
forward to working with you. I think there should be more attention to that issue in the upfront bullets and sort of set the stage in the intro as well. So there is a goal on equity, environmental equity. You could look at that too,
But if we can strengthen it to make sure that people understand it's not a standalone, it's integral
Right.
to all the other policies.
I do think the new policy should reference specifically, at least as, to be illustrative, water quality, air quality hazards. Those were issues that came up over and over in public comments on earlier drafts as well. So we want to have those in there, but we want to have it be its own thing that overarching applies to everything in the chapter.
Okay.
That's good. Moving right along, number 25.
Finally.
You're almost done.
Thank you.
Sort of.
I like the way you skipped from 17 or the.
I like that. I thought you'd like that.
Thank you,
Yes.
for letting us skip there.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you mention it.
Not that those
What are we
weren't
on to
riveting
now?
and very interesting.
I think we're on 25.
Yes, 25 relates to policy 724, impervious surfaces. Propose some rewording there to focus the policy more on desired outcomes than the action of limiting impervious surfaces. It now would read limit the impacts on hydrologic function, air quality, water quality, habitat connectivity, tree canopy, and we've added urban heat island caused by impervious surfaces. We feel that's more policy language. It doesn't preclude the notion of moving forward with something like impervious area standards, which would be an advancement in that area for Portland. But Commissioner Houck has suggested that he'd like it worded a different way.
Well, yeah. I like you're focusing on reducing the impacts. That's great. But I really do think that, and other cities have done this, and I believe it's in the watershed plan, to limit imperviousness is a goal we ought to be shooting for. And so I don't know, given that you're talking about reducing the impacts, I'm not sure I understand why we can't just say flat out limit impervious surfaces, and reduce the impacts that you outlined. So,
Clarification. Urban heat islands, are those just caused by impervious surfaces? Aren't there other factors that cause urban heat islands?
it's a huge contributor, if not the single biggest.
Well, yeah, heat. I mean, solar radiation is the generator, but it basically.
The sun is the problem.
Yeah.
What I just want to make
There
sure
are
we're.
some things out of our control.
Yeah, we won't go there. But I just want to make sure that if we're just saying impervious surface, that's not the only cause. It's building placement, it's orientation. There's a lot of other things that go into it.
Yeah,
But it's massive.
So
it's the major contributor. That's your point?
Yeah, but could you not argue it's massive and we want to tackle that and all the other things as well? In other words, by not just calling it out specifically, maybe it's an example, but you actually get to have a discussion about some other things that you could do to hit these goals, to reduce the impacts.
Yeah, that's kind of why I brought it up.
So what are you saying?
A toolkit of things.
what are you saying?
So what are you saying?
Are we changing the?
To me, it's just like you could say caused by impervious surfaces or roofs, or that list could be really large. So I would take it out or use it as an example and give a bunch of bullet points that are examples. That's what I'm saying.
I think it.
Teresa.
Thanks, Howard.
I thought I'd share the meeting.
Sure.
I think the point of including other stuff is valid. However, if this is a really big impact, it's really clear we really want to make something happen with impervious surfaces, it allows the planning folks to have something to really just say, okay,
Start with us.
start here. this is like first number one thing. I don't know if that's an appropriate number one thing to start with, but it does give them some clarity and just a thing to go to and get something done with.
Gary?
Yeah, I also think that the newly proposed language raises the bar of proof. Something has to be caused by an impervious surface rather than just associated with it, or so. It's not only indirect, but it just raises the bar. I could see somebody coming in and saying, well, prove to me that it's the impervious surface that's causing this problem. And so I think it's not as clean.
Well, there's all kinds of research that does that.
Yeah, and I would say, Mike, it probably says, okay, 80% of the cause is impervious surfaces.
We have experts in the room if they want to comment.
No, it's true. It is. It's where the heat gets stored and doesn't get released overnight that maintains the heat island. So the current.
We've even mapped it.
Yes, it's true.
Okay.
We have mapped it, but it also relates to other land.
So,
So it's currently drafted in the plan. It says limit impervious surfaces to reduce impacts on hydrologic function, air and water quality, habitat connectivity, and tree canopy. And then we added urban heat island, so we could retain that, add the urban heat island. I believe we also had comments to add, limit and strive to reduce impervious area. That is consistent with the climate action plan proposal and the climate change preparation strategy.
Right.
So if you're comfortable with that, we could
That's good. Can we
weave those in.
How about if we do that and add urban heat islands?
Yeah.
People okay? Urban heat islands, add,
Urban heat.
yeah.
Yeah.
So be
Flip it
consistent with the
back.
climate action plan and
Right.
strategy.
Saying flip it back to the
Yeah.
previous orientation, right?
Okay, great. Sorry to
That's good.
elongate that.
Okay. Number 28, restoration partnerships.
You can just skip over mine, we're gonna discuss them later. I'm the only one that commented on them.
Let's see.
Wow, you have a lot.
Are you from the?
They're very similar,
You have
they're
a-
very similar. I just
Yeah.
Wait, are you?
wanted to drive home the point.
We were getting taken to task earlier.
She's really the one.
Wait, this says Audubon.
So you,
Oh, 28 is? I'm sorry. I
What's
thought I
that?
marked
Are you
one.
from the Audubon?
Oh, I think I marked it separately too.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
marks
she's
it. So
down here.
she has her own
Audubon
list.
and Talmadge.
Yeah.
well, the change that's proposed
I'm just
in
looking at the
28
summary
was in
one.
response to Audubon's comment to refer to soil and water conservation districts. So that's been taken care of. And then there was Commissioner Talmadge's interest. So you want to just
We
pass
can
on that?
discuss that later. That needs to be.
The next one is number 30. And this relates to policy specific to the Willamette and Columbia rivers. They call for additional policies that actually recognize the river and water dependent needs of those areas as a watershed-specific policy to supplement the citywide policies. We think that's a good idea, and Commissioner Talmadge, you had requested to talk about why the importance of these areas to tribal culture isn't noted, and that could be something we could talk about. But I think that was an interesting observation on your part, and so if you want to talk
Again,
about
we can discuss this at a different, I mean, we can follow up, like you did with staff, I can follow up on these consent points.
So if we come through with suggested language changes on the policies, we could, a list from talking with you, we could send it out to the commission as a memo?
That'd be
And
great.
If there's anything you want to flag later to pull
Yeah.
out, you could.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll agree with her.
So, number 36. Number 36 is a new policy relating to.
New law.
I know, you're almost done.
Sorry. All right, I'm quiet.
Two more to go.
Quiet.
This is a new policy in the
Actively
Columbia Slough
listening.
watershed-specific section that is intended to sort of highlight some unique attributes and provide guidance related to PDX, to the airport, and the need to recognize as we look at natural resources protection and mitigation, the issues related to wildlife hazard. Just
Yeah.
offering Commissioner Talmadge the opportunity, because you didn't say what your issue was with that, so we don't know what it is, and wondering.
I don't have notes next to it.
So the special
follow up
plan
with
district,
Okay.
yeah, the special plan district, would that,
It's going to have our own special meeting.
would that apply to West Hayden Island? Because that's the plan district.
This policy recognizes the airport plan district that this commission recommended for approval to the council that was adopted in 2011. And the port was interested in seeing a policy that actually refers to that and recognizes that there's special considerations as relating to that, what was laid out in that plan district for natural resources management in the airport, on the airport.
Okay, but it wouldn't relate to the West Hayden Island policy that we talked about
It's the
earlier.
birds.
Different plan district.
It wouldn't relate to the West Hayden Island policy. It
It's
is.
included in that list too, except this is in chapter 7.
But this is a different plan
This is about
district
birds.
than the West Hayden Island plan district would be a different plan.
More
district.
than one plan district
Yeah.
in the Columbia School.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This enables that.
But this is
That's okay.
specific to the Portland International Airport, not to West Hayden Island.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a new policy. It isn't, you'll see the language, but the general gist of it is here in response to the board's comment.
Let the record show that the port's suggestion was supported. by all members present.
Definitely.
Okay.
He's texting Bill Wyatt right now.
Bill Wyatt.
Okay.
So
The next one?
that's it. That's
That's
it.
it?
That the rest are either clarifications that we covered this morning, or some of them, we already talked about the intro with you. The rest of them, nobody flagged any additional.
Okay.
policy.
Any others that need to be flagged, discussed? Howard?
Well, the last issue is glossary, and I'm very interested in what that's gonna look like at the end of the day, and how we're gonna try to interpret the words we're gonna use in the plan. So while I'm not asking for it now, words like encourage, require, demand, won't have any less than of are important, and I hope we get to see it.
Yeah.
I hope we get to really add to it. So that's a important thing you're revising. I want
The
to see.
definitions.
Okay.
That's a big deal.
Definitions are really important.
Yeah. So one I flagged was 7.4, and it's the same basic comment as I had with 7.1. We're talking about protecting items, and this may get addressed when you tweak the glossary, but I find it helpful when it says, ways we will protect include some samples of how you might accomplish the protection. So it's the same comment. 7.1 and 7.4, I have the same comment.
Right. And you're thinking, just to make sure we have this clear, there's the definitions in the glossary, and then
So there are policies in some sections of the plan that say protect, and then give examples of how you will accomplish protection. There are other policies that just say protect. And it's going back to what Catherine was saying about when you do something in one section and you don't do it in another section,
Yeah.
the lawyers are going to latch onto the fact that you didn't do it somewhere else and what the implications of that are, that you perhaps intentionally omitted it somewhere. So it's just bootstrapping and trying to be as clear as possible. So it might get addressed in the glossary, but since we're at the discussion flagging point, I'm flagging it here.
So sort of common levels of specificity.
Belts, suspenders, yeah.
Any other items in Chapter 7 consent list? We're comfortable? And Maggie, you're going to have a special session to
Offline.
offline. All right, we're done with Chapter 7, the consent. Any other items? I think, oh, well, here's Eric.
You said we wouldn't see you.
So the last thing was just to check in about where we are in the overall work session process. And that was sort of depending on whether you got bogged down in any of the issues today, which you actually didn't. So I think we probably don't have to talk about this yet. We may want to revisit that again after you go through the TSP discussion. But because we are getting close, you didn't hold over anything today, as far as I know, for March 24th, and so we are getting close to filling that agenda. But we haven't yet overflowed. I thought that might happen today, but it didn't. So
Did you say March 24th, or is it February 24th?
there's also March 24th that you have the 10th and the 24th for both months.
Good.
And the 17th.
Okay. All right.
So I can just, can I get a
So
little
I think we're
feedback?
still okay. We'll revisit that after the next session, and at some point we may get to a point of needing to add a session, but we're not quite there yet.
When we get the packets and the maps are not in color, which I understand why they're not, but it was almost impossible to know what in the world you were talking about without kind of creating a lot of, making sure you get online and kind of compare and do all that. So I don't know whether there's some way to just scribble with that, you know, like on top of it with,
We can print your maps in color next time.
or that.
Or that.
For any meeting, why don't you tell us what documents to bring with us? Many things. What should we bring with us to report?
We'll do that too. In the when I guess when
It was one page. I don't know where it went.
Keep it in my thought.
we can we've been in the habit of emailing the day before any adjustments to the schedule and a list to verify what items have been pulled, and I can work with Julie to. Yeah, when we mail those out, we can include a list, a reminder to what to bring.
And Michelle's got.
Just, to confirm process. So the plan still that when we do comp plan amendments, they won't be effective until we actually have the implementation zoning code. So somebody couldn't come in and apply for their zoning amendment before we have the new zoning code. Okay, good.
Correct. We're continuing to move forward with the idea that you're at some point going to recommend the policy document and map to council, and then you're going to start diving into code issues, and then while you're doing that, council will be having the conversation you're currently having. At the end, it all comes together with us sending everything to the state for DLCD acknowledgement, and we would put the effective date out far enough so that it all goes into effect at once, so that we are going to have people starting to get in line for that, but it goes into effect on one day, so there's not a gap.
And just a question on the TSP. I know we're having a hearing, and then we've got a follow-up work session, but are we making recommendations back to PBOT, or or are we just saying, here's our recommendations basically to us, to the changes we want in the TSP to move forward as part of the comp plan?
It's that second. You're recommending to council, so you can change what they gave you. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, that answers.
So I have
and
a follow-up to that one. Go ahead, Eric.
We have both the hearing and the work session. So remember that the hearing part is time certain 5 o'clock. So we're going to get through the topics from the staff discussion before that, which was the David Douglas topic and the, what was the other one? Community involvement chapter. Thank you.
Okay.
So I was a little surprised that there were so few policy discussion items in the TSP packet, but I guess, given how much process we've had on it, but I guess also surprised that we're getting a list before we've had the public hearing. Will that list be extended after the public hearing when we hear more issues?
Yeah, you may choose to flag items to broaden that list. We did get a lot of testimony about the TSP during the hearings you had in the fall too, so that's what the current list is based on, is the fall set of hearings and also the advisory committee discussion. What I think is what's going to happen as a practice is you're going to have to, we'll see how many people testify at that meeting, and if there's too many, you're going to have to decide whether you want to continue that hearing or move into work session. And then in the work session, you may give us other assignments or ask for, and we may build additional lists that will have to be carried over into subsequent meetings from there.
I have a question for Susan. I don't know what the protocol is, but the TSP plan comes signed by Leah Treat, and it would be great to have her here to talk about it. So could we invite her? Is it inappropriate? And more importantly, can we kind of cross-examine her? Can we really have at her?
Yeah, the invitation just got canceled.
Wait, there's a text now. She's busy.
We have a meeting with her tomorrow to talk about
We're going to talk with her tomorrow. She already knows. So, all right, yes. Yep, that's the anticipation.
Lastly,
My other
Susan.
comment is just that many of you may have gotten talked to on the street, or that you've gotten additional letters, or Julie continues to send you out new packets of letters and information with people with comments. And as we're moving through this, again, you're going to get comments that you think suddenly are important about something we talked about 2 weeks ago. This is a continuous iterative process that does have an end, which is good. But it's essential that you all remember this, because many people are having a hard time understanding that you're talking about something and you didn't get their comments yet. Even though they may have put them in, but you're not going to get the comments till, they put them in yesterday, and you're going to get them next week. And so I want you to make sure that we have ample time at the end to make sure we can revisit all of those issues again. Anything you want to pull off, we don't have to end this until you say it's done. To be able to say that to the people you're meeting with, I think is really essential, that we're not closing the door. You can continue to listen. You're going to continue to have the discussions and make decisions on those points. So, thank you.
And we're adjourned.
Hey, Gary, the event starts at 7, is that right?
Yeah.